Welcome to What We Need to Know Now, Living Wisdom for a Changing World. There could not be a better time for us all to be together here as a global tribe. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's such an honor to be here. I'm Gabriela Masala, and Stephanie James is also co-creator and host of this one-of-a-kind event. We encourage you to grab a cup of tea or a glass of water, maybe have your journal out so you can bullet point some highlights of what you hear, and then really receive this experience of expansion. Our beautiful presenters today are going to light you up and share with you their greatest wisdom. And in between our presenter hours, we'll also have an opportunity for you to come into your body, come into your breath, journal a bit so that you can reflect and contemplate on some of what's moving for you.
We're also going to have in the second hour movement. So get ready, expect to be expanded through this experience. This experience is something to lift you up, to inspire you, to really give you some inner fortitude, to really help you to raise your consciousness, raise your spirits, and expand your entire being.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This event is free and will be available September 26th, 27th, and 28th. Please share it widely with your friends, with your community. The more of us that lift up and light up and rise up, the more that we will light up the world.
So get ready, sit back, relax, and get ready for what we need to know now. I feel so deeply honored to be able to start off this magnificent event. This is absolutely such a passion project for both Gabriela and I and every presenter that you're going to see here today. And when I was thinking about what is my essential message, what is it that I want to share with all of you? It really starts with the important part for me is truly that your healing matters. And so how you begin your day, how you absolutely ground yourself, and then prep and prime your mind, your heart, your body, your soul is the way you're going to enter your day. And then you're going to spread that incredible frequency and vibration with everyone you come into contact with. And so often I hear from people, well, how do I do that? How do I begin my day in that manner? One of the things that I love that I learned from one of the presenters you're going to be hearing from, Tom Cronin, was this wonderful concept of 3 C's. And I love this. It's wonderful questions you can write down in the morning that help you really prime heart, mind, body, and soul, how I'm going to move forward into my day. And the first C is, how do I take care of myself today? And that's going to look different every day, because today, the way I'm going to take care of myself, my routine every morning is I go into the backyard, I put my feet on the earth and my hands up to the sky, and I just drink in the sky. I soak it up, all the nature sounds around me. I'm so grateful and thankful to be in that beauty. And I receive whatever it is that the divine or the universe is bringing to me in that day. And then I move into gratitude. So the first way I take care of myself in the day is to connect with the earth. Think about it for you. What is the greatest way that you can take care of yourself? Nutritious food, moving your body, connection with source, whatever that is for you, whatever your higher power is. And then really getting into that grounded place, maybe through some breath work. And then throughout your day, I always love the end of the day, whenever it's even a little bit chilly out. One of the ways I take care of myself is a bubble bath and reading one of my favorite books. So those are some of the ways that you can really nurture yourself. The second C is, how do I connect? How do I connect with others? This has become so essential during this time. Not that we just connect outwardly, which is really important. I think we've learned now that even through Zoom, it's like we can really reach one another. We can feel each other's hearts. So there's really no separation. There's no time. There's no space. We need to reach out, though, to connect with others. And then I invite you to reach in to connect with yourself. Sometimes it's as easy as just wrapping your arms around yourself, literally holding yourself for a moment and telling yourself what you most need to hear. When you connect with your deeper self, you can say things like, I've got you. You matter. I see you, and I'm holding you today. So those are some of the ways that we can connect. And the third C is, how can I be creative today? And I love this because creativity, for me, a lot of times it's putting on music and I'm dancing in the kitchen as I'm getting ready for breakfast or dinner. Sometimes creativity is doing an art project or something that, is really a creative source, like writing. But creativity can also be like, I'm going to take a different way to work today. I'm going to use different neural pathways in my mind so that I'm actually giving my brain the sense of novelty. As we start our day with those 3 C's, it's absolutely beautiful and amazing how we can take ourselves to a whole nother level. And again, no matter what is going on in our world today, I think so often it's easy to get caught in the news or whatever social media is saying. This is a beautiful way to connect with what is really here and now. And that's the second gift that I want to talk to you all about. It's allowing yourself to be truly grounded and present right here, right now, in the present moment. And you can do that with me right now, just by taking a really nice deep breath. Put your hand on your belly, breathing into that cauldron of your belly. Feeling into your core. And maybe taking another nice deep breath, this time all the way down to your kneecaps. And as your breath enters that part of your body, saying to yourself, whatever isn't serving me, I release now, as you release it with your breath. And then one more nice deep breath all the way down to the tips of your toes, and then feeling the roots of your feet grounding into the earth, and then coming back out and releasing whatever that is that doesn't serve you. So these are beautiful ways to come into the present moment. What often happens, and I deal with this so much, whether it's with my coaching clients or my private clients at my private practice, people come in and they're saying, oh my gosh, I'm so worried about what's going on externally or what's going to happen in the future. One of the essential pieces for us is to reel ourselves back into right now. What's happening out there, if we start worrying about the what ifs, none of us can control that. We never have been able to, but right now it even feels sometimes more helpless. So what's important is, I always say, if you're going to fantasize, you might as well make it a good one, because that fantasy is not a reality. Whatever's happened in the past, ruminating about the past, wishing things were different, again, still not reality. None of that's happening now. So bringing ourselves into alignment in the present moment, grounding ourselves right here and now, that's what helps to fortify us. That's what gives us strength, so that no matter what happens, we're coming to it from a place of resiliency, a place of grit. We've cultivated all these beautiful things inside of us that then we can bring out into our everyday. And so I want to bring these practical gifts to you. I want you to ignite the spark in your life. And when we do that, and why is I always say your healing matters, is because as we light ourselves up, as we take care and really heal within, that is the gift that we share with the rest of the world. You are a powerful creator and you're a powerful healer. We have to realize that energy starts within us right here and right now. You are in store for just an amazing, amazing few hours where you are going to be able to uplift and energize yourself. So let it begin right now. Allow yourself to be in this moment, feel into your body, take those breaths within, and know that the change that you want to see in the world begins right here within you. You can be that change that we want to see, that you want to see, that we all want to hold in this world. So the hope of the world starts with you. Sending so much love. So thankful to have you here with us. Welcome back. I am so excited about what is happening in this amazing, amazing event. You're getting to hear people from all around the world that are really sharing their hearts, their souls, the secret sauce of what is helping people to really transform their lives and take things to the next level. My next guest absolutely is one of those people that has just inspired me and I know will inspire you. I'm here with the amazing Sam Cawthorn. And Sam is the CEO and founder of Speakers Institute and the Speakers Tribe. He's an international best-selling author. He's one of the world's most sought-after speakers and an absolute joy. Thank you so much, Sam, for being here with us.
Thank you very much for having me, Stephanie.
You know, Sam, your story from the first moment I heard it has inspired me. You're someone who has overcome what other people would consider tragedy, and you have used that to not only find your own voice, but to inspire others to find their voice and their story as well. As we're looking right now at, you know, these challenging times everybody's facing, what is an essential message that you feel like is important to share?
Yeah, look, and it has been very challenging, both financially, relationship, and even just, you know, in our own mental and emotional and well-being as well. You know, one thing I've found is that, you know, sometimes when we're in the midst of a crisis, we get blinded by the opportunity that lies in that crisis. So I think one really important message we all must realize is this: crisis creates opportunity. That sometimes we actually need a crisis in order for things to change. Yeah, so sometimes crises, are within our control. Sometimes they're not within our control. So for example, I had a major car accident a few years ago. I lost my arm. I wrecked my leg. Doctor said I will never be able to walk ever again. And, you know, my life was completely turned upside down. You know, I was a father of 2 kids. Husband, I was the only breadwinner. And then suddenly I'm now in hospital and doctor said I'll never be able to walk ever again. And certainly that was a significant crisis that in a way was outside of my hands. But you know something, looking back at that moment and I'm thinking that was the greatest thing that actually ever happened to me in a way. And the reason why I say that is because I then started a brand new career path. I then found my purpose. I found my passion. I found my calling. And since that moment, now I've become a professional speaker, written 11 books, shared my story in now over 40 countries around the world, and even shared the stage with people like Michelle Obama, Simon Sinek, Michael Jordan, Dalai Lama, and the like. So, you know, I certainly, looking back at that accident at the time, it was a significant, tough crisis, and that particular crisis was outside of my hands. Whereas sometimes I even create an actual crisis myself here within our one of our organizations and us. And we might say, hey, look, we're going to pull the pin on that, or we're going to stop that immediately, or we're going to disrupt that. But sometimes the crises that we create ourselves and the crises that we are just, experience, yes, these can create amazing opportunities, but it's just simply the lens that you look at these crises with.
Yeah, I think that you just hit one of the essential keys, right? So it's our mindset and it's the lens that we're looking through. And if we can kind of change that lens so that it's not like crisis means, quote unquote, the end of the world, crisis actually equals a chance to do it differently.
Yeah, but and on top of that, this is the beautiful thing, right? Is that I believe that the experiences that we've had in these crises actually then end up to be a story that needs to be shared with other people so they learn through your crisis. And so I would even go as far as to say is that your stories are no longer yours to own. And what that means is that the tough times that you've been through, and the key word there is through, the tough times that you've been through is you've learned something through that. And so now the onus is on you to share that learnings with other people so they can get through what you've already been through. There's people out there that are stuck. There are people out there that haven't overcome the things that you've overcome. There are people out there that are crying out for information that you already have. And so now the onus is on you is to share your story, help other people get through what you've already been through. And in a way, that actually formulates your own intellectual property.
That's brilliant. I love that. And I have to say, you know, I was just listening to our interview the other day. I'm actually writing about Sam and his amazing story in my new book. And so one of the stories that just grabs my heart is when your daughter came into the hospital room after your accident. And I don't know if you want to share that here briefly, but that's such a powerful story.
Yeah. So after my car accident, I was in a state of denial. I'm thinking this hasn't happened to me. I haven't really had a car accident. And then realizing what had happened, I went through pillow after pillow just simply for my tears, but not because I was sad for myself. I was more sad that my kids would have to grow up with a disabled father. So my young girl, she was 4 years old at the time. She came in and saw daddy in the hospital and she jumped up in the bed and tears were just running down my face. And she looked at me and she goes, "Daddy, did you have a car accident?" And I said, "Yeah, I had a car accident." And she goes, "And daddy, did you lose your arm in the accident?" And I said, "Yeah, I lost it. I lost my arm." And she goes, "Daddy, the doctors, they couldn't find it anywhere." They literally thought they just had to find my arm and sticky tape it back. Sticky tape fixes everything, Daddy. But my kids have never said, "Dad, I wish." "Dad, I wish you had two arms." They've never said it. A year and a half after my car accident, my wife and I, we then had our third child. He's my boy. He's never known his dad with two arms, but that's okay. For me, life is what you make it. And even though I now live with a permanent disability, I can still quite confidently say that I am the most blessed and happiest man alive.
Well, and I can attest to that because I've known you now for a couple of years, and it's just incredible to see your energy, your drive, and the positive stuff that you're putting out into the world, Sam.
And thank you very much. But something, I don't feel superhuman. I think everyone's got it within them. And for me, it's, how you look at life. We are joy, we are light, we are hope in the world. And the more that you realize that, the more that you realize that you exist on this planet to help other people, to shine your light brighter than what it's ever have been before. And I think we're all called for that.
Well, absolutely. And I feel like what a great essential message if we can shine our light into the darkness of what we go through and then craft our own story that then helps lift up others and truly bring others to that point of them inspiring others. It just reminds me of that whole thing, like, that we can truly be that pebble in the pond and the concentric circles of love and healing just extending out from us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, 100%. But, my encouragement to everyone out there again is share your story. We're sick and tired of people just preaching to us. And so the best thing for you to do is open a wound, be vulnerable. The word vulnerability comes from the Latin word vulnerabilius, which means an open wound. So open a wound and share your story. And the more that you share your story, the more that you will actually inspire and empower others. You can't just inspire and empower others by just preaching to them what they have to do, what they have to, what you have to do, etc. No, it's more about saying, "Hey, look, this is what I experienced. This is what I went through. Let me share with you." And the more that we do that, the more that through that vulnerability, the more that we can then inspire and empower others.
Well, Sam, thank you so much for helping shine your light and share your light and help inspire us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. What a special gift. Our next person is Dr. Valentina Onisor, who is joining us from Romania. Thank you so much for being here, Valentina.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, and so the message that you have, that, we had a wonderful interview last week, and you just shared so many wonderful things that I feel like are so important right now that people really need to hear. And what do you feel like is your essential message that you want to share today with all of us?
Today, like more than in other days and in other times, as you see that we live in this intensive crisis, and it's not just the crisis of the pandemic, as you know, and the things cannot go back to how they were. And in order to move forward, we need more than just to say it. Yeah, we have to learn to take responsibility and realize that each of us needs to be part of the solution. Okay. So whether you want it or not, the old is gone. So we don't return to what it was. And now is the moment to build the future. And what we are sowing in this moment, it will have effects and faster than we think. So if we remove this unnecessary and shake off the debris, we can uplift our perspective and step into a tomorrow, which can be lighter, fresh, and ready for something even better, even if right now it doesn't seem in this way. But as you know, a crisis is a window towards something which can be higher according to how you take it. So there has been crisis over crisis, and eventually transformation break through. Yeah. So again, the crisis goes beyond the virus nowadays. You feel it maybe intuitively, and you may as well admit it. And this sense of fear and powerlessness, you know, needs to go and be replaced with courage, responsibility, coming out of the victimhood and assuming this gradual or immediate awakening of ourselves and be that change that we want in the world. And start living in an integrative way, even if, again, the conditions may not seem as we would like them to be. Yeah. So again, what you are sowing right now is the seed for the new reality. And the funny thing is that technology is at our hand, but our potential is not, unfortunately, developed. We didn't tap into it so much at any of the levels, and we have so many levels in our beings. And we were talking last time about a little bit about quantum healing and about forgiveness as paths of growth, of integration, of healing, of awakening to what is our nature about, you know? So this love and forgiveness, abundance, all these are actually active paths of growth, right? And they are essential. So the idea is to stop just waiting for others to take charge of your life or of whatever happens in your world. Okay, but instead be that change. So assume what's happening around you. Take just a deep breath and make that step forward. Set up the intent to transform and to plant that beautiful seed of humanity. And eventually you even hear people talking about this galactic fraternity, right? So it may be time to really see what is that about, you know? And that starts the moment we awaken to embrace and to manifest that human fraternity and to open our hearts to the one next to each other, you know, right next to you, and then eventually go through that to what is called non-locality and bring forth that healing, which starts from opening of your heart, of course, first of all, but then again, like it has to be both heart and mind, eventually going towards this higher supramental integration. Okay.
So beautiful, you know, that, and the ability to transform not only ourselves, but our world really is within us.
Right. Right. And you have to wake up to that, you know, don't think it's somebody else's fault for whatever limitations you may have. You have to really check what are the barriers that we see, the inner barriers, the outer barriers, right? But we brought them along because they are necessity that we are here to learn, you know, we are here to develop certain qualities, to wake up some dormant qualities which are inside of us. So there is an adventure. And we should not be so much afraid of life, so much afraid of that, kind of like if you are afraid of that it doesn't mean that you have to die, obviously not. I'm not saying, yeah, but the point is that every process of transformation is a little bit of that of this ego, or that of this limitation that you feel so comfortable about. So going a little bit out of this comfort zone, sometimes it takes learning to say no to some of the conditions that you live around, you know. Again, learning to listen to our hearts also, but in the same time, training the attention is essential, right? And eventually also learn to relax and to create this space, this do, be, not so do in the crisis, because again, living in the do mode, it's only perpetuating this crisis and sufferance mode, and you're becoming like a robot. We had enough of this robotic life. And as you see now, the artificial intelligence is coming out with all these new and apparently things which they say that they will help humanity, but we have to be attentive around that and not become ourselves robots, and instead cultivate these wonderful qualities which are part of the heritage of the humanity, which we really should embrace them and become aware and manifest them, all these which are divine attributes, and they can take you in states of expansion of consciousness, which can lead not just to healing from a physical disease or mental disease, but to something much higher, to a quantum leap for your own life, but eventually for the whole humanity, as one actualizing that oneness, which is there, but if we don't actualize it, no. So we are wasting this chance. It's a great chance to be alive, and it's a great chance to be alive in these times as well.
It is so exciting when I'm hearing you say this. And I know that there's a huge part where we do get so busy doing that we forget it's not about, you know, always striving or grasping or desiring something. That really the power is when we stop and we're able, as you said, to rest and go within.
Right.
And so what happens in that inner journey, Valentina?
So this was very well pointed when we learned about creativity in the quantum worldview, which Professor Amit Goswami was talking about. And yeah, I understood that. And I understood that also in the medical practice, also as a spiritual seeker. And the idea is that you also know, you know, as a very developed and powerful woman, I see how you are there for the people. But this doing is never ending. So you have so many interviews to set up, you know, you have work from this moment to this moment to this moment. If we don't learn to give us the time of being in between and truly relaxing, but relaxing in an active way. The relaxation is something which we forgot. It's essential for healing. It's essential to learn to do these quantum leaps of transformation if we don't know how to relax and to tap into this subconscious power, which has the healing capacity, which is so much underrated nowadays, even in psychology and psychiatry, you know, and they should teach that. But in the same time, together with training people's attention. So attention on one hand, relaxation on the other. And then eventually learning how to do the dance in between. And truly when you relax, it means, I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to watch some, I don't know what superficial comedy, even if we like them, so that can be too, but it's not really taking you to relaxation. So kind of for me, relaxation, for example, is walking in the grass, connecting with the nature in a very, very deep way. Learning, of course, there are methods in yoga, for example, or in other traditions, yeah, like Shavasana in yoga, or Yoga Nidra, which is even deeper, like kind of allowing the sounds of nature as if your body is listening with all your cells, this cell. Now, you will see, so it's such an expansion, which is so beautiful, and it's enhancing every single thing in your being, you know, and especially, like I said, it leads to gradual healing. And you will see the things from a different perspective. If we don't do this dance between doing and being, we end up being exhausted. And for what? You know, because again, that last moment can be any moment, you know. So it makes sense to be grateful and joyful about being here in this world, and being open to learn, first of all, you know, from all the challenges that we receive, you know, because we receive, and the more we receive, you can really say that you are, you know, you are loved by God in this way, truly. It doesn't mean that you have to look for them, but if they come in your way, use them like a spiritual Aikido kind of, use them for your own alchemy. They are there for a reason. It's not that you're punished, it's not this only the rewards and punishment circuits. You have to go beyond them, and you cannot go beyond them unless you cultivate this acceptance, this self-love, self-respect as well, and from there go further. If not, we cannot speak about loving another person, for example.
So it starts with this inner journey, it sounds like, of first learning truly how to cultivate that love with ourselves.
Yeah, it starts from being honest with yourself, first of all, and getting a little bit more acquainted with why you're here, asking yourself. But you cannot do that. That's why you need kind of communities or somebody to give you that inspiration. When you speak about creativity, inspiration is the first. Inspiration is when you feel that you go from a contracted state of consciousness, from the ego or whatever, towards an expansion, So you kind of start the day with that in order to make an intent work. If not, if your intent, you saw this, the book and the movie, The Secret, it doesn't really give the clue. The secret is not given in that. But the point is that you have to start with being inspired, and afterwards manifest that intent. And it has to be in accordance with the purposive evolutionary movement of consciousness. And then you will see you're not disconnected, you're not alone. When you find something inside of you which is resonating with that, there's growth there manifesting, and you have no idea of where this can take you. But making that place for the unknown to come in your life is beautiful, is essential. And again, then it's courage.
It takes courage, and when we do it, the miracles that can come into our life are phenomenal.
True. And it was the journey. Again, even when it's painful, even when it's joyful, both things. And especially, unfortunately, what I saw is that we transform mostly through sufferance or with living a conscious life, because otherwise we take for granted so many things. Even cultivating gratitude is essential. You can heal from so many things, even just cultivating great gratitude in your life many times a day. We are not grateful that we have 2 hands, 2 eyes. We have so many things, and the more we have, the more we are not grateful, So that's problem of the human nature as well, but the solution is also there.
The solution is there. And so thank you so much for sharing all these, just so many wonderful gifts, and living a life of gratitude, dropping into our hearts, being in love, experiencing forgiveness, making time to just stop and truly be, so that we can access this greater consciousness and then manifest in our lives the beautiful things that we want to see in the world.
Right. So it takes the courage and the beauty of the journey. And you are such an inspirer, it's like we're talking with you always. It just makes me talk about thousands of things. You're wonderful.
Thank you. So are you. And what a gift this is to all the listeners, to everyone. This will be worldwide, people watching. And so what a gift you've given them.
I'm happy, and I'm sure that, I know that there is so much beauty which is there to be honored and awakened in every single person. And just honor that, look in the mirror and pat yourself, love it, give yourself that love which only you can give to you. And that will bring up the courage also. And then slowly make the steps, and the universe is coming in your way. Just, of course, it takes attention in these times, especially. So I have to train that too.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Valentina. Such a joy. So thrilled to have Tarek Monib join us. Tarek is the creator and producer of the film Free Trip to Egypt. If you haven't seen it, please, you can rent it. It is absolutely one of those game-changing films, and it's a mind-expanding film. So Tarek, so happy to have you here with us. And what is the message for you that feels like needs to come through right now? What is it that people need to hear?
I think for me, what's truly important right now is to feel hope again. And not just an airy-fairy, dreamy hope, but a really grounded sense of optimism. And I feel right now that fear and anger and a lot of these emotions that are justifiable for a certain reason have taken a lot of us out of our heart, our centering, our body, and are actually counterproductive to the things we really want in life, right? So I feel it's a time to just take a breath and remind ourselves that we're here, and in this very present moment. All the wisdom teachers teach us that when we're really truly present to this moment, everything's actually quite okay. And that's one of the things that I've been really learning in the last years, is that in this present moment, when I'm just truly present, feeling my heart beating, connecting with you, feeling the air going into my lungs, that existentially at this moment, things are really quite good. And I think once we take away a lot of this anxiety and fear of what's coming next, or what has been, or what's on the news, it puts us in a different place of consciousness. And it's not to say that we need to not all become passive people on the beach and never contribute to society again. But I think it's just a question of reminding ourselves to come from that place of heart, from that place of joy, from that place of childlike curiosity. And I think when we're in that place, we can be truly productive. We can truly help our brothers and sisters, but it comes from a place of ease, a place of lightheartedness. And I think that's really the place that I keep trying to remember as I forget, and just bring myself. And when I'm there, it's like riding a horse in the breeze, being perfectly centered and just flowing. And I think that's just the reminder that I'd like to give.
Beautiful. And I'm curious, what do you feel like is something that would be helpful for people? It sounds like for you, you can take a deep breath and bring yourself to the present moment. What else would you invite people to practice that might help them reel in those thoughts or feelings? So they're actually, I love what you're talking about. It's like coming from a heart center instead of maybe a mind center where we're getting caught into these, fear places, whether it's media or news. What would you suggest?
I think it's very individual, and it can be, for some people it's singing, for others it's dancing, for others it's meditation, right? There's breathing, yoga, Tai Chi. I mean, everyone has their thing. And it's really interesting because I met someone just a couple of weeks ago on a weekend retreat, and this person was really in a state of depression, and she was a singer. And I asked her, when was the last time you sang? And she was like, I can't sing. And this is really what happens to us, is that when we get encapsulated in fear, the things that brings us the most joy, or the thing that can actually break the fear, is actually the thing that for some reason we're unable to do. And I think each of us has, whether it's the singing or the swimming or the forest or the nature or the sky, each of us, we know there's that thing that does us well, that reminds us, that calms us down. And yet in that moment, it becomes so difficult to step outside my door and walk in the forest, even though that's what I need most. So I don't think people don't know what to do. I think we know what to do. We know deep down what gives us that joy. I think the challenge is to just do it because we feel it's not going to give us joy. We feel it's going to bring us pain. And that's the leap of faith. is remember that thing you used to do that brought you joy? I know it doesn't feel like it's going to bring you joy right now. I know it feels like it's going to bring you pain. I know it feels like you're not in that state where you should be singing or you should be joyous, but you should. You really, and I'm joking with the word should, but I feel it's an invitation. And I think sometimes we just have to discipline ourselves a little bit just to get that spark going, and then let it burn.
Love that. I think that that is so true. And sometimes maybe it's only, you know, like I love to dance as well. I think I love every single thing you said to do. And when we're needing joy to maybe make that inventory first, write down what are those things, like remember what those
Right.
things are. And then I love just putting on music, even if you don't feel like it. Like you said, if you put on music that moves your soul, something's gonna happen. If you love to dance, all of a sudden it's hard to not move when you hear that music that lifts your soul.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really fascinating how challenging it can be. I know sometimes if I'm in a state and I'm just really frustrated and I don't know really what's happening, I'm in a bad mood, I know the best thing for me is just simply to lie on my couch with presence, lie down and just feel. And I can tell you, Stephanie, there's just so many obstacles to just taking that courageous step and lying down on my couch, right? And I'm not talking about lying down and flipping through the channels. I'm talking about lying down and feeling, right? So I think if it's just when we're conscious, we're avoiding something, then it helps us not to avoid it, to look at it, to feel, right? And I think that's the cycle. Yeah, I feel that a lot of us are in, is that we get triggered by fear and emotion. We're stuck somewhere and we're unaware of it. So we don't realize we're avoiding, but we just feel this restlessness. We're just distracted. We're doing all the things that we know we shouldn't be doing and just making us more miserable or whatever. And we become more numb. But as soon as we have the awareness, we're in that state. Sometimes that awareness is just enough to, oh yeah, that's what it is. And then it's okay. Sometimes it needs a little bit more of a push. Sometimes the music won't move us, right? But we just have to stay with it, right? And I'm not advocating we always should be happy and joyous. I'm advocating to be aware of when we're avoiding and be conscious of what we're avoiding, because then even in your deepest sadness and fear and anger, you can find a deeper joy, and both can coexist in your heart.
Beautiful. And I think you and I have had several conversations about that, the importance of acknowledging both of those things that exist within us, and that we acknowledge the dark as well as the light.
Right.
And when we do that, oftentimes that's when we can transcend it. When we know we're in a trance, acknowledge that, then we can wake ourselves up.
Right. And that's the paradox, as I feel as well. I think I'm talking about, it's important to focus on the present moment and get out of fear. I think a lot of times the spiritual path that some people say they're on, sometimes that in itself can be a path of fear. I'm trying to transform myself. I'm trying to become a better person. I'm trying to connect with God. And I feel those things are actually fear-driven. And I think as soon as we let go of that and actually say, I don't have to be a better person. I don't have to be more connected. I don't have to be all these things. I'm okay the way I am. And I think when we're just finally can rest in the fact that we don't have to work so hard to change, then a lightness of being occurs and natural transformation occurs. As soon as you're accepting you don't need transformation, paradoxically, that's when true transformation occurs in my mind.
Beautiful. Talk about a hopeful message. That's it, right? As we accept exactly who we are in this moment, that we don't have to change, we can wake up, we can actually then, I love the thing of just lying on the couch. And it's like at that moment, you're able to just tap in and touch in to where am I right now? I don't have to be happy. I don't have to be joyous. But I want to know the state that I'm in. And in that, it sounds like is the true power then of transformation.
Yeah, and that's beautifully put, right? It's really fascinating how many problems we create for ourselves because of our own ideals of the way we should be, right? And ironically, those ideals are what prevents us from reaching those ideals. The desire to reach those ideals is what prevents us from reaching them, right? So I think it's, there was a quote, I forget exactly who said it, but it was talking about life and our dance on this earth is about moving from the courtroom and the way we judge ourselves and the way we, you know, we always have this right and wrong and pass fail, right? And life's about moving from that courtroom, getting out of that courtroom and moving to the ballroom where you're just dancing, right? And I really like that because it's again, it's these, and it doesn't mean there's no right or wrong. It's just the question of the pressure we put on ourselves is so, yeah, it creates the exact opposite of what we really want.
Well, beautiful. Thank you so much, Tarek, for this amazing message. And I'm just inviting people to join us in the ballroom. I hope you are enjoying all these amazing speakers so far. We have a very special speaker with us now, Philip Moore, who is author, teacher, and director of the Upland Hills School. He's been director of the Upland Hills School since he was 23 years old, and for 43 years was able not only to sustain the school, but the Upland Hills School Ecological Awareness Center that became just this beautiful place where Lakota teachers and Ram Dass, Buckminster Fuller, Jane Houston all nourished the program so that it could be sustainable and flourish through the darkest of times and through the illuminated times as well. Such an honor to have you here with us today, Phil. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's such an honor to be here and with all these other great speakers that have been a part of this beautiful event that you've created.
Thank you. You know, we've had some beautiful conversations, and I know that the school gave you some just amazing experiences, and life for all of us, right, is our teachers. And so as life is teaching us now, Phil, what is it that we most need to know now?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking about it, holding the children in my heart. At this time of my life, I'm in what I would call my rewirement. And I've been rewiring probably since I met Buckminster Fuller's work in 1970. And my rewirement is in a different place right now. And so now I'm carrying inside my heart, as my wife Karen is carrying inside her heart, over 1,000 children and their families, because you never just encounter a child on their own, you always encounter their friends and their families. And so that's kind of like my, that's my retirement fund, you know, is to hold all of these people in my heart. So these times now, this time of the global pandemic, this time in this moment, the equinox, you know, a time of equal light and equal dark, you know, these are very challenging times for our species. And it's a time for us to wake up. And so I'm thinking about what we need to know now, and I'm holding children in the center of my heart during this time. And so I wanted to share with with you and with our audience maybe 4 things. And these are 4, I think of them as hubs, like the sacred feminine. And I think of the struts as the sacred masculine that go inside the hubs. And we'll make a tetrahedron that way. We'll have an inside and an outside. The first hub would be living love. And living love is very different than saying anything about love. It's actually an embodiment, so living love. How do you live love? And if I'm thinking about children, and I'm thinking about all the people that are watching this, anytime that you're in the presence of a child, if your aliveness is to live love, well, what might you do? And here are, I would say, 5 A's of love. The first one is attention. As soon as you give children, a child, your attention, when you give anyone your attention, you are actually living love in that moment. And we know we live in a whole world of distraction. You could see people on the sidewalk, or you could see people in the forest, or you could see people at restaurants, on their cell phones and not really, paying attention. And paying attention is really a key. The next A would be appreciation. There are people in your life that you get to encounter, or there's just a kindness sometimes. It could be somebody who just transacts with you something very mundane, but does it with a sweetness. And then you can say how much you appreciate that, And so I think that's a very important way of living love. Affection, during the pandemic, it's hard for us to use physical touch. But before the pandemic, it would be very appropriate, to hug somebody or to let them know that you love them by way of touch. But we have learned during the pandemic to put our hands on our heart, or to, do something like this, or to bow. This is another way of showing love or living love and embodying love. And then I would say the next to agape and agency are 2 more A's. So I just kept it 5 A's, but agape is the sacred community. All children are almost always looking for friends to play. It's like the key preoccupation. In a healthy situation, you want friends and you want a community and you want safety, especially now. And so anytime you're arranging a play date, you're creating some kind of sacred agape, a place to fall in love. And what I can say after 43 years of being the director of Upland Hills School is that some of those friendships just last a lifetime. And sometimes I even think they may have met in a former lifetime and are just re-meeting now. I saw it often when 4-year-olds come together and they seem to love each other. They know each other. Maybe that's something that happened in another lifetime, but agape, community. And then the last one would be agency. Kids need to feel empowered to do things and to really understand what it means to learn how to balance on a balanced beam or to pull themselves up. There's agency is very important. So that whole living love thing is one section. The second hub would be pure play. We live in a world where we're mostly humans doing. And we almost always say that. We don't say, how are you being? We say, how are you doing, right? And we also want to know, what do you do? So we're manically fascinated by this whole idea of doing. But being is a whole different thing. And play, instead of it being for a specific purpose, play, when it's done in a very organic way, especially in the natural world, it is the most liberating and higher vibrational space you can be in. So again, anytime you see a child and you engage in some kind of play, then you are living a certain kind of vibration that is necessary for this time. Now, I'll just say a few other things about play. One is laughter. Anytime you can share a laugh with somebody at any moment. We have a friend, Swami Beyondananda, and he says, a laughative a day, and I think that's a great way of saying it. So laughter, imagination, anytime you're engaging and you can go on an imaginary journey with the child. Oh, that's so amazing. And surprises, there's this little boy who lives very close to here whose name is Augie. And I played a game with him called Where's Richard? And I pretended Richard was under a leaf, or, Richard is somebody who takes care of him, and I pretended he was in the acorn, in the shell. And every time that I would go, is he here? Oh, he's not there, I could see that just having surprises in Augie's world was so entertaining. He was so into it, and he could easily engage in looking for Richard. So surprises and adventure. Whenever you're going on a walk, it can be an adventure, wherever you are, especially if you're outside under the sky. The fourth thing I would talk about is equanimity as a direct experience. When I was a child, I was a middle child, so I was the third of 5. My mom had 2 children 9 months apart when I was about 4 years old. And so in a way, I lost my mom, you can imagine. And there was this beautiful woman in my life that I just adopted in my heart. Her name was Mary. And I would get in Mary's lap. And as soon as I was in that beautiful lap, and she put her big brown arms around me, I just felt whole. And that equanimity still lives in me. The day my mom passed, I walked into a parking lot and fell into those very same arms. Mary was living so close to that moment that she was there. The universe put her there for that moment. Equanimity is really so important for children right now. We're living in a time of we don't know what we don't know. And so there are things that we can say that are just not true. Everything's going to be all right. Do we know that? I mean, is that what we really want to say? But what we can be is we can be models of equanimity. And when children feel what Mary was able to share with me, when they feel that love and that steadiness and her beautiful Southern accent and the way that she would say a sweet little prayer, the Lord's Prayer, I just know that children need that, and they need us to be practicing what I would call the real work of being an adult. And that would be to grow up. Some of us could be in our 50s and still not grown up. Some of us could be in our 80s and be playing pickleball and still not be grown up. But we need to grow up, especially during this time. We need to show up. Children want us to be on time and to be with them and to really show up fully present, And we need to clean up. There's stuff, as you know, as a psychologist, that we need to work on. And if we don't clean that stuff up, we're not being the best for these children, So we need to grow up, show up, clean up, and then finally wake up. And that wake up is so important. So I would say that those are the 4 things that we need to pay attention to.
Thank you, Phil. So wonderful. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening and for asking.
What a magical time we are all having together. So many beautiful offerings. And I've just been so excited listening to this myself, being able to participate in these amazing interviews. So much wisdom, so much love, so much true, just my gosh, things that are changing the way that I think, expanding my heart so I can imagine what it's doing for all of you. Our next guest is a dynamite firecracker. Love this woman and her energy. I'm with Patrice Goddard, and she is a published author, spiritual teacher, and mystic. She is a transformational coach and executive leadership coach. She is a transcendent speaker. I can't say enough about this amazing woman. So thankful, Patrice, to have you here with us today.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm honored to be here. Really excited to connect and expand with you and the audience. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you.
Yes. So I know that you have an amazing message to share. And so what is it, Patrice, that's coming through you right now that's really wanting to be brought forward?
Yes, right now I'm doing work around social justice, social transformation, as I like to focus on, and really looking at the nuance and the narratives and what's happening in the world right now and my place within that. I'm very passionate about our own personal evolution and our own personal development is the keys to actually transform a society. So I'm really wanting to infuse that conversation, the narrative, give people resources and tools for anti-racism, as well as people to heal and actually liberate themselves and create a new timeline in the world. So I'm really excited about it. And when you say, like, what's coming through me, what's so beautiful, it's interesting because what's coming up is a story that I want to share really quick. I was talking to a girlfriend I've been knowing over 20 years, and I was like, well, you know, I'm writing a book right now, and it's all about social justice and social transformation. And she was like, that doesn't really seem like you, you know? And I was like, well, I'm a woman of wisdom. I'm a woman of consciousness. I can speak to anything on this planet. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, you know, consciousness is consciousness. Truth is truth. Source is source, right? And so as she was saying it, I was thinking about, it's because racism is like one of the biggest triggers on this planet. And it affects us all, you know, impactfully. And it's something that many, Black and white and other, actually avert their eyes to. It's the grand trigger. And I want to talk more about why that is and the beauty and opportunity that I am finding through what has been very intense personal healing work for myself and for the global world, where there's an opportunity when you start to look at racism within yourself, within our world, for your own personal evolution. This is here to call us to this greater heights within ourselves. And it's been so powerful, the messages and information that's coming through me on how I look at, say, white America and their journey. It comes from like, okay, let's look at this thing, but it starts to go deeper. I'm able to see the root of where the submission of speaking up is not only about racism or slavery or Black people. It's most of the white people and the people that I work with, that I'm coaching, that's in my communities, they're actually having to look at where they're not speaking up in their lives at all, or where they weren't able to speak up to their fathers, and where the patriarch has also oppressed and suppressed their voice. So it's kind of interesting to be able to come to a community and say, hey, I need you to look at this. I need you to work this out. And what it brings up is not only that ask, but everything that's beneath that, that's within your own personal story or your own lineage, where you need to actually speak up to your grandfathers and your fathers and your husband. So that's where the medicine is. That's the power right there. So it's not even about, because here you go, it's not even about responding to these narratives or these conversations in the world that is about really responding to racism as it is. It's about actually you becoming a higher level being or fulfilling your highest potential. Because beings that are happy, beings that are confident and empowered, we look at things, we turn on the lights, we do the work, we help the world, right? We don't help out of guilt, we help from benevolence. So when you are full of that, when you are generous in spirit, when you are clear in your mind, you want to help everybody. So then that racism conversation doesn't feel like a trigger. It's an opportunity. You want to devour it. You want to be involved. You want to help everything and everybody that's walking around you. That is my invitation for our global world. How do we become these type of beings where we are always giving, we are always touching others, we are always involved, and we don't have to move through guilt. We can look at where we've come from. We can look at the history of this planet and take that not as guilt for ourselves, but the opportunity to transmit that, to be alchemists in our lives, to hold like the darkness that has been this world, that has been this country, and turn that into gold and feed each other with that. It's a very nourishing aspect to me, and I'm just really on fire about it.
I can feel the fire. It is so amazing. I love it. And, you know, I think that this is our way through. This is our way forward. This is the expansive mindset. And so how, Catrice, do we start opening up to this? Like, what are the first steps to help open up this heart set, this mindset, this soul set for us?
I feel, and I feel like this, and like the work that I've done over the years with personal development, coaching, and spiritual development work as well, that the first step is always getting in touch with you and your heart, right? Really getting in there and looking at this one core piece, Who are you? Where do you come from? Right? Are you in the realization that you are an aspect of source? Are you in the realization that you are an infinite being, that you are of this infinite energy? Because when you come into that realization, and I know not everybody has it, and everybody may not realize that in this lifetime. However, that's a transcendent game changer to me, because when you do that, then you can look at where you are separating yourselves, whether that's through race, through gender, through lifestyle. We are here to dissolve ourselves of separation on every level. And you know that is happening when you're at the coffee shop, when you're at Target, in those days. Do the work daily, not for them. I'm not asking you to be a good person for somebody else, for yourself. Do that to free yourself. So many people, they come to us as coaches. I want to make more money. I want to have a thriving relationship. I want a better car. I want a better body. I want to feel well in my body. Start with clearing and purifying your heart. And so that comes up even with myself. Whenever there's something in my world and it's a trigger to me, or I'm feeling a block or a separation or a judgment to the point of I think that this aspect of me, this person doing this thing, how they're living is not of me, then I know that I need to go deeper so that I can get to that realization that that is an aspect of me. I can still have my values, my voice, my lifestyle, my truth, without separating myself from the other. And that is what's really important right now, because all the initiatives in the world when it comes to race and division, none of that matters if you don't really feel that in your heart. If you can't look at somebody else with a different color skin and realize that we are one humanity, right? This is an aspect of you showing up in this way, and hold that person in your energy field, even if you never speak to them, then you're not doing the work.
Catrice, I love this conversation, and we could just keep going on and on. You know, one of the things that I was reminded of is Donald Neil Walsh saying that as you look at whether it's a millionaire or a homeless person on the street, that you say in your mind, I am that I am.
I am that I am.
And as a spiritual practice, I mean, that to me has been such a transformational practice in my own life. And so I'm hearing that from you, this beautiful invitation for people to say, I am that. I am all of it.
Yeah.
And so that there's no longer this, structure that divides us, that we see ourselves even more cohesively as one.
Yes, yes. And I feel like even what you're doing here with this entire summit, it's based around that invitation for us all to move into that level of self-enlightenment and evolvement within ourselves. Like when you say, I am that I am, so much compassion comes in for me. And that's the true self. And that's the stance we all want to live in, is in that level of peace and connection on the world. And with everything happening in the world right now, I just feel like this is the perfect time for us to start going deeper into this work together.
Yes, together. Catrice, thank you so much for your beautiful, beautiful sharing. I mean, I have goosebumps right now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always so good to be with you and connect with you and talk about all the things. And just thank you for the invite. Yes, it's an honor to connect. Thank you, honey.
Okay, well, I have such a treat for you. I am here with the wonderful Tom Cronin, producer and co-creator of The Portal, an amazing film, meditation teacher, and transformational coach. An incredible human being that I'm so thankful to have here, Tom Cronin. Thank you for being here.
It's great to be here. I'm really delighted to be able to share space with you, Stephanie.
Thank you. So I know, Tom, we've had so many incredible conversations, and I know that one of your missions has been to share so much of the Stillness Project with the world, and really how meditation can bring us to that place of connection with the divine. And there's so many things. It's I imagine somewhat hard to choose. And I just am wanting to know from you, what do you feel like is that essential message that's really important for people to hear right now?
It's amazing to look at the world from a macro position, that is a long-standing, long sort of epoch of time, and to see what we've morphed into, what we've kind of slowly adapted and become, and the way we live our lives. And I was really blessed quite a few years ago to spend some time with some very traditional landowners here in Australia. There's some beautiful Aboriginal people up in Tiwi Islands. And I spent some time with these people who lived very remotely and very traditionally. And it's so beautiful to see the simplicity of the existence that had been lived for thousands and thousands of years, a lot of being still, connecting with the land. And as I left there and went back into our busy lives, I realized that the one thing that is really causing a great concern for me and a great level of dis-ease and discomfort and discontent in our world is the amount of activity that we have, the amount of mental activity and physical activity, the amount of talking activity, the amount of listening activity. And one thing that's really missing when you look at some of the ancient traditions and some of the cultures and groups that have managed to harness a great degree of blissful enlightenment, we see one common denominator: a lot of stillness. And for me, that's what's really missing in our world now more than ever because of our phones. We've lost the gaps in our life. We've lost those moments of just pausing, and we're filling it in. And people are really underestimating the impact that scrolling through a news feed or a social media feed and taking on that information, what that's doing to our nervous system, to our mind, to our physiological body. And we've got to really look at, in some way, shape or form, compartmentalizing gaps back into our day. And now meditation plays an important part of that. And that's why we're seeing this increase in people looking for meditation, hundreds of millions of people using some meditation apps now, because it needs to offset and rebalance the amount of stimulation that we've got going on in our lives. And it's so simple. It's so simple. It's not like we need to read more. It's not like we need to have more YouTube videos, more courses. We actually need to, firstly and foremost, learn the art of what it is to be still. Now, there's something that needs to come with that. Just closing your eyes and being still isn't quite going to cut it, because the mind itself doesn't want to be still. The mind, now that we've given it a taste of what it's like to have immense levels of stimulation and pleasure from social media feeds and emails and Netflix, which is a very new phenomenon only in the last 10 to 15 years. Now the mind has got a taste of that and it wants more. It's like an addiction that it doesn't want to let go of. So we do need to teach the mind how to be still. And it's a process. And this is where, certain meditation techniques will play an important part in that, in teaching the mind how to reach that level of stillness and quietness. Because when the mind becomes still, then the body starts to become still. But if we try to still the body and not still the mind, then we're going to have this incongruency. We're going to find that very uncomfortable. It's like a bunch of fidgety kids in a classroom. And so to really harness the art of stillness on a regular basis, we need to harness the art of meditation. And what flows from there is quite phenomenal on so many different levels. First and foremost, we tap into an inner intelligence that's within our body. There's an amazing, incredible healing intelligence within our body, an intuitive intelligence within our body. It's a message system that is always there. But what's drowning out that communication that's coming from our body is this noise of the mind. It's like having this beautiful Beethoven sonata playing out, and then this roaring Metallica in the background on volume 10. And it's like you won't be able to hear it because there's so much noise in the mind, and we've become a very cerebral society. We give so much emphasis on listening and thinking and talking, and very little emphasis on just quietening it all that down from the top and just allowing that intelligence within us to guide us through life, to allow that healing intelligence within the body to give sovereignty in our own health and then sovereignty in our own happiness as well. On another level, what happens, so physiologically, it's very powerful when we get stillness. But more importantly, when we still our mind and yet we're still awake, we access the field of conscious awareness. Some will call it God, source, divinity, higher self. There's a multitude of different names that are trying to encapsulate or label what is an unbounded, timeless, permanent existence of all reality. It's the pervasiveness of being itself through form. And when we access that, we're accessing our fundamental state, our absolute nature, our true essence, the non-changing self with a capital S that is there in each moment, unaffected and influenced by daily circumstances. And until we start to stabilize that experience within us, we're always going to be falling short of realizing what is true. We'll have a subjective truth, which is constantly variable and constantly changing, as opposed to an absolute fundamental truth, which is stable and consistent. And that's always within us. And stillness will really help us stabilize that within us. That's my short answer. You don't want the long one.
That's a great answer. And so for our listening audience, how do you suggest they start into opening this portal?
Look, you know, it's become a smorgasbord of options these days, and that makes it confusing. You know, when we go to a restaurant and there's like 300 choices on the menu, you're just like, oh, please, someone make a decision for me. It's just too much. It's overwhelming. We get what's in the markets. When I used to be in the markets, finance markets, we call it analysis paralysis, where we're so deep in analyzing, we get paralyzed that we can't make a decision. I think some people might be struggling with that on Tinder these days, right? There's just too many choices. Oh my God. And so this is what's happening with meditation. You know, you go to some of these apps and there's like 10,000 meditations to choose from. Look, I've used one meditation over the last 25 years, and I used that because there was one thing about that meditation that was quite unique that none of the other meditations were offering, and that was this transcendent experience. It was the ability to transcend. Now, transcend means to go beyond, and what we're going beyond is the mental, physical, and emotional experience, yet still existing, even though I don't have an identification with my physical body, which is very limited and very finite. My mental state, which is also limited and inconsistent and finite, and in my emotional state. When I transcend those three through this meditation process and access, we call it Turiya, the fourth state, which is what I was just talking about. Turiya, T-U-R-I-Y-A, is a state of awareness and being that doesn't include thinking and feeling. And it's a blissful, light, loving, joyful state to experience, and we can eventually stabilize that through this transcending meditation. So for me, only because I've been using it, because I used it and found it more effective than others, I started to teach it. And when I started to teach it, I found the students were getting the same experience that I was. So for me personally, I use the transcendent meditation experience, or Vedic meditation, primordial sound technique, that enables the mind to actually go beyond thinking. Other meditations can be useful as well. Guided meditations, chakra clearing meditations, visualization meditations, gratitude meditations. They're all beautiful. They're all unique and even special. However, as long as we stay in that space of identifying with the thinker, we're going to be trapped in our own subject-object dualistic world that leaves us open to the inconsistencies of life and being affected by them. So then we're in this sort of cork bobbing around in the ocean over peaks and down into troughs. And that's a state that leaves us open to suffering.
And what an essential message for right now, Tom, because with our ever-changing world and all the different things that we continually are facing that seem so unpredictable, when we are accessing, this portal of meditation, it's like we have this underlying base of serenity and divinity that we can tap into so that we're not riding those rapids with life situations as they occur.
Yeah, what we're seeing in the world is quite a phenomenal paradigm switch that hasn't happened for millenniums. And so what we're seeing is the requirement for adaptive capacity. We're seeing an increased need to be adaptable because change is speeding up every day. How many times we get a reminder to update our iPhone and have to then adapt to, oh my God, that's changed. That's just one degree of change. Every day we're seeing requirements for us to adapt to change. So we're seeing an increase in our requirement to adapt to change. That's our adaptive capacity. But if we don't increase our adaptive capacity, if we're static and we're in a state where this is who I am, this is how I live, this is how I behave, this is how I think, then the gap between our need to increase our adaptive capacity and our adaptive capacity not increasing creates stress. That gap creates stress, overwhelm, anxiety, depression. Now, we can't change this. This is continuing to speed up, and our need to increase our adaptive capacity will only get greater. So we need to increase our adaptive capacity to reduce that stress response. And that's where meditation is going to play a big part, because we open up our capacity to weave and bend and be malleable like the Aikido move as daily life throws these inconsistencies and uncertainties at us.
Well, Tom, thank you so much. This is just such amazing and, just valuable life information. I know that the meditation that I've done with you and the things that you've shared with me have been life transforming. So thank you so much for sharing that with all of us.
That's great to be here. Thanks everyone for joining in, and it's been wonderful to share space with you again, Stephanie. Always great to be in your presence.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being present for this first session of speakers. I want to invite you now to take Tom's invitation and let's come into stillness. And so all of this beautiful information, letting it digest into your body, into your awareness. And go ahead if you're willing to and close your eyes. Just going to talk us through a few moments of coming into heart-brain coherence, sensing your spine, your seat beneath you, and just softening and relaxing everything. Softening your jaw, maybe even placing a hand on your heart. Just starting to notice the flow of the breath. Not having to fix anything or change anything. Sensing the inhalation and playing with expanding the inhale to about 4, 3, 2, 1. And your exhale even a little bit longer. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And continuing to breathe in this way like ocean waves that are breathing you. Softening your belly. Opening your receiving. allowing all aspects of your being to come and drink of the love and of wholeness as we come into silence for just a minute together. Beautiful. Drinking in that deep silence and continuing to stay anchored to this place as we continue on our journey. And if you have a pen and paper journal close by, I just want to offer you a simple inquiry to journal with. And so whenever you're ready, just simply asking yourself the question, what is my intention as I receive the rest of this event today? How am I willing to show up? And just go ahead and take a moment to answer that question in your own way. Let whatever comes without overthinking it. And know that you can come back and continue whatever journaling arises. And we'll transition next to a beautiful song by a very lit up international cosmic citizen, Nemo, sharing his song Grateful. And we are grateful for it all. Thank you.
So now sit back and enjoy our first musical guest. Our first musical guest is a global humanitarian known internationally as the Kindness Rapper, someone who has revolutionized positivity through hip hop. I bring you Nemo.
You're my life, you're my breath, you're a smile, you're my guest. You're the earth, you're the sun, you're the grass, you are love. You're my hands, you're a bug, you're my eyes, you're a hug. You're the light in the dark, you're the spark, you are fun. You're my mom, you are water, you're the stars, you're my daughter. You're my friend till the end, you're my dreams, you're my father. You're the ants on the ground, the miracles that surround. I'm feeling it all around, the hemisphere in the clouds. You're my pain, you're my sorrow, you're my hope for tomorrow. You're the strength when I'm hollow, you're the path that I follow. You're the blessings that exist, the small things that are bliss. The gift to realize that everything
all
is a
that
gift.
I am, all that I see, all that I've been, and all that I'll ever be is a blessing. It's so amazing, and I'm grateful for it all, for it all. Grateful for it all.
You're the blessings every time I try to count. You're the lessons that I learn every time I turn around. You're the water when I'm burned every time I think I found everything I'm looking for. You're the sign saying stop to take a bow and keep moving forward and start looking towards your heart. It'll open all the doors and only then you'll start to hear the world singing chorus with your mind and heart. Aligned in purpose, everything
All
will feel
that I
gorgeous.
am, all that I see, all that I've been, and all that I'll ever be is a blessing. It's so amazing, and I'm grateful for it all, for it all.
Every day
day I sit and pray, cause what I have is more than I deserve or could ever imagine. How do I give back to all of this magic and spread the love so everybody can have it? Doesn't matter if I'm rich or poor, if I got a family or if I'm all alone. Bad things happen, I can just complain and moan. But there's a million things that I can be grateful for.
So I lift up my hands now, and I open my heart, and my gratitude goes out to everything near and far. All that I am,
Everything I am and everything I see, everything I hope and everything I dream, everything I feel and everything I be. I look deep down and feel all the blessings. Everything I am and everything I see, everything I hope and everything I dream, everything I feel and everything I be. I'm grateful for it all. It's amazing. Everything I am and everything I see, everything I hope and everything I dream, everything I feel and everything I be. I look deep down and feel all the blessings. Everything I am and everything I see, everything I hope and everything I dream, everything I feel and everything I be. I'm grateful for it all. It's amazing. You're the blessings that exist, the small things that are bliss, the gift to realize that everything is a gift.
Wait, one more. This is for y'all.
all that I am.
All that I've been.
It's a blessing.
It's so amazing.
I am grateful
I am here with the beautiful Natalie Ludwell, co-founder of Mind Movies, best-selling author and speaker. So thrilled to have you here with us in What We Need to Know Now. Thank you for being here, Natalie.
Oh, thank you so much, Stephanie. It's always a pleasure chatting with you. You know, I always love our time together.
I do too. You know, right now it's more essential than ever that we are sharing these messages that, you know, are really the messages that inspire people and bring hope when at times we're not always hearing those messages through the media. And so I know that you're someone who inspires me personally and millions of people truly across the world. What do you feel like the essential messages that you want to share today?
Well, you know, my main message that I teach is about the law of attraction and manifestation. You know, and I teach a lot of the nuts and bolts of, you know, how to visualize, how to get clear about what you want, you know, all those kind of things. And I think that anyone that's been doing personal development for a while is very acutely aware of what those conscious activities are. But, you know, a couple of years ago, I had, when I was at a health retreat doing some ceremonies, had a massive experience where I learned what is possibly the most important step when it comes to creating a life that we want and navigating through life in a way that is keeping us at a higher frequency, that doesn't, you know, throw us off kilter, and really helps us to become the best version of ourselves that we can be. And that is the whole concept of surrender. You know, we can do, you know, all of the conscious things and taking action and so forth. But unless we can surrender into knowing that everything is happening in divine timing exactly when it's supposed to. and everything is happening for our highest good, including something crazy like a pandemic. When we can, surrender into knowing that that everything's happening the way it's supposed to be. So we can, from that place, we can step out and become more of an observer of what's going on, rather than being emotionally caught up in the negative vortex of what's happening. I think that, the pandemic, what was really crazy about that time, there was many things, but the whole world stepped into the unknown. We couldn't plan. We didn't know what was happening next. We knew nothing about this virus, and the information that was coming through was in bits and pieces, and we didn't know what to believe and what not to believe. But when you can be in this place of surrender, you go, okay, I'm not too concerned about that, because I know that everything's going to work out all right. And something like a pandemic might have a certain experience for me and have certain lessons that I learn, and that may be completely different for somebody else. But the thing is that we all, when we can surrender into that, it means that we're always navigating life in flow. Even when things, we can sometimes get frustrated when goals that we set for ourselves, things that we want to manifest, haven't manifested yet. We're like, oh, where is it? And then we can get really frustrated and impatient. But when we can sit, and these are lower frequency emotions, we don't want to hang out there. We want to stay in this higher frequency. And again, we just go, okay, now's not the time. But I know that when the time comes, it may not look like what I think it's going to look like. And it possibly is not going to show up the way I think it's going to, because it never does, especially all the good things. But I do know that it's on its way. And so I can relax into, just observing what's going on. And then from that place of observation, I get to choose how I choose to perceive what's happening, how I allow it to affect me, how long I allow it to affect me. And then, if I am from that place of choice, I can go, okay, well, if I'm meant to learn something, if I'm meant to expand, why is this showing up? And what is the, what is the positive thing that I can take from this, that I can, put in my little armory and then keep moving forward.
It's so great. That is so wonderful. And I think that we think sometimes that to surrender is being weak. And instead, it sounds like, it does take courage to step into it. And when you do, then you stop all the desperate clinging, and you stop all the desperate trying to push, this has to happen, or this is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I think more than courage, yes, courage, absolutely. And trust.
Yeah.
It's trust. And you're just like, okay, I've got to trust that this is meant to be going on right now. I've got to trust that this is happening for my highest good. And it takes time to get into that, especially if you're, like us, and we're doers. Like, I'm a GSD. I just get stuff done. I make it happen. And then sometimes I have to sit back and go, no, now is not the time for me to push. Now is not the time for me to force things to happen. And I've realized that the more that I force things, the more that I realize that that is not what's meant to be happening right now. And I'm not saying, sit back, visualize on the couch and just wait things to come to you. That's not what I'm saying here. Yes, we're moving forward, but when you operate from this place of surrender and trust, you're operating with ease and grace. It's not like you're not pushing a boulder uphill. You're actually flowing. And from that place, it's so much easier for all those things that you need to make this life happen for you to be attracted to you, because you are a vibrational match to those things.
Well, and I think you and I have talked about that before. That's one of the the beauties of this is when you start aligning with this, then really doing the surrender to trusting the divine, trusting life, that it's going to show up for you. That's when the magic occurs.
Right.
That's when these miracles just start coming into your life. And it's like the universe just lines up to support you.
Absolutely. And like something like a pandemic, there's still a lot of people who are operating from fear. Even people who are vaccinated, who are still, in a place of fear. But from this place of surrender, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to be taking this action, and But again, I'm not doing it from a place of fear. I'm doing it from a place of love and a place of kindness. You know, anything that we do, any actions that we take, anything that we do during the manifestation process and how we operate in the world needs to be from this higher frequency, these higher frequency emotions. So the more that I hang out there, the easier my life becomes.
Well, and just from knowing you, Natalie, you just live your life that way. I mean, you are just such a high frequency of love. And for those people that are still caught in fear, what is one of the ways that they can start to step into the love? What do you recommend for people?
Well, I think the first is love for ourselves. You know, we can't be loving anyone or anything else until we really get back to love for ourselves. And that can be anything from making sure that you have like daily practices where you're meditating, having a bath, taking a walk in nature, anything that's just nurturing you and is filling your cup. You know, and then the other thing is for me, like, and you and I both know this, that 2020 was a year for me for introspection. So, you know, the self-love that I showed for myself was having the courage to look at the parts of myself that really needed to be healed. You know, the scary parts, the really, you know, the things that you're like, oh, I don't even want to admit that that's going on. Do I have to go there? But, you know, again, like this year, it's like I've been able to step into a loving relationship, which I haven't had for like 8 years. I've been able to, you know, step into, you know, like having the children's program going into schools, because I've changed who I am. And I did that from a place of self-love. So when we can start there, and then we permeate out into, well, how do I show love for my loved ones, for my family, for my partner? And then how do I show love for community? And then how do I go from there? You know, so it's not like, okay, bam, bam, I'm just going to be a big fat molecule of love going around loving everything. We've got to start within first, you know, and show and really not just, you know, looking at these dark places, but you and I both know it's like when we can have these moments, and you can do this through meditation with our inner child, you know, with that wounded child or that part of us that, you know, when we were 3 or 4 and had whatever, you know, happened to us, that we kind of started to separate from our soul, and she's still frozen or he's still frozen at that moment, you know, showing them love, you know, knowing that they're nurtured, that they're being held, that you've got them, you know, and having that communion. Because remember, that little 3-year-old or 4-year-old is really running the, you know, our lives most of the time. And the more that we can show them love, that helps to permeate out into everything.
So beautiful. Love that. You're giving me the chills. You know, it really is that. And I think, Natalie, that you so beautifully said, because it starts there. When we can love those wounded or, you know, little girl or boy parts of ourselves, then as we heal that, then it's like, wow, I'm just hearing how those concentric circles then can radiate out from us. And then we can be the big love molecule. We can be the love bomb. I love that.
Yeah. And that permeates that into everything that we do, to everyone that we're with. We become that example, that person everyone goes, I love spending time with her. I want whatever she's having. I want that, you know.
Yes. Yes. So awesome. So Natalie, thank you so much for being here and for sharing this wisdom. Such great messages for people to take forward. And really, my God, it's what instills hope that, you know, we're not stuck and that we can make those choices and we can surrender and then bring that love to the light.
Yeah. And you know what? And if not now, when? You know, there's no better time than right now.
Perfect. Thank you. So excited about this next segment. I'm here with a pioneer in feminine consciousness and 5-time best-selling author, Misa Hopkins. Misa, so wonderful to have you here.
Hi, Stephanie. I'm excited to be here with you. We always have the best conversations, so I know something juicy is warming up. right now, warming up, ready to go.
Oh, that's so great. It's so true. And, we have this amazing global tribe gathered together here, and people really wanting to know what they need to make it through these changing times right now, and what best serves us as we're trying to move through sometimes chaos, or sometimes where we're moving through uncertainty. What would you suggest, Misa? What can people do that will really help restore that sense of faith, groundedness?
It's a great question. And, in getting ready for this, I was thinking about the conversation you and I had a few weeks ago about the time that you spent outdoors and in ceremony and watching nature respond. And how when we get fearful going through these times that the mother is moving through, right? She's moving through with fires and floods and storms that she's been holding us for eons. And we've been kids playing around, not too conscious about what we were doing. And we've made a mess. We made a mess. And she's going to react, right? She's a mother. She's reacting. And it's scary when mom reacts, right? When she finally is like, she's got to release that energy. Everybody's walking around on eggshells, as we should be walking around on eggshells right now. That's appropriate. And the reason we get scared is because we lost our connection. We lost it, right? We knew when we came to Earth, not only were we the ones we were waiting for, we're the answers that we're waiting for. There's nobody to wait for to do it. We're it, right? We're it. And we carry these answers inside of us. And they're expressed in our relationships and in our connections. So if we want to feel grounded through these crazy times, the one to get grounded with is right here. She's Mama Earth, right? She's right here. And she's saying, all right, kids, enough of this goofing around, trying things out, experimenting with things. You need to come back and you need to sit down with me. You need to connect with me. You need to connect with each other so we can figure this out. It's not your job to fix it. It's your job to be in relationship with me. And that's the great calling right now. To me, that is the great work. Where is my connection? Where are my thoughts? What am I doing every day to connect with this great planet, to connect with the sun, to connect with the cloud people, to connect with the plants growing in my yard, with the birds building their nests, with my partner, with my husband, my kids, with the people I serve? Where the heck am I? Am I right here, right now? Am I present? Am I listening? Am I aware? Am I doing my part? Or am I hiding? Am I running? Am I looking for some place to go where I just don't have to deal with this? Or am I just absorbed in the news, looking at all the bad stuff, thinking how bad can it get, cussing out the politicians that serve us, Where is my energy? Where are my thoughts? Where's my focus? And did I each and every day, and this is the question I ask myself before my days end, did I connect? Did I connect with Mother Earth? Did I connect with myself? Did I connect with the humans and animals and beings that I'm here to touch? Did I connect with the divine? Did I connect? Because if I connected, then I stay connected. I have nothing to be afraid of.
Beautiful, beautiful. So it truly, that what I love about what you're saying, Misa, is that it is nothing that we have to go out and find. I mean, we can literally walk out our front door, our back door, and access it, or we can sit down exactly where we are and access it right in this present moment.
That's right. That's right. That we are here to take care of each other. right? So one of the things that happened recently with some of the gals that I coach and work with, we were in group and they were talking about the fires. A couple of them live in California near where the big fires are burning right now. And the fear and concerns that they get to work through living that close to the fire's edge. Is it going to be my house next? Is it going to be our home? And at the same time, aware that the mother is releasing. So there's no one to blame. What, you're going to blame God? You're going to blame Mother Earth? That's a totally useless energy because we set it up and it's going to play itself out, right? We in the earth, we in the sun, we created this. It's going to play itself out. And one of the women was talking about her choice to be conscious with it, to see the release. And another was talking about letting go of her possessions and getting clear about what was important. And I shared with them a moment that a dear friend of mine shared with me years ago when she was afraid about forest fires that were burning in her area. And she said, I was so afraid for the trees. I felt this fear for the trees. And she said, but when I gathered with women and we sat and meditated with the trees, they weren't in pain. We were in pain for them. They were going up in the flames in bliss. In bliss. They were in right relationship. Some years ago, we'll talk about trees for a minute. Some years ago, Stephanie, I was living in this little trailer, if you can, a sweet little trailer, and it was outside my partner's mother's home. And it was under this beautiful tree. And every day, we'd go in and out of the trailer and you just have to bless the tree because she was so sweet. She was shade in the summer and protection from the snow in the winter. Sweet tree. Well, we had an ice storm. And in the ice storm, trees were topping and they were breaking power lines. They were landing on homes. Nasty stuff, right? But we had a freeze there at our home that night. And I got up in the morning and I looked at the tree. There were 4 branches. One of them was directly over our little trailer. 3 of them had broken and fallen to the ground. The one over the trailer stood strong. It didn't break. Within a day or two later, my truck was parked on the road. And I got up one morning and a tree had topped. So it means that it froze and the top of it broke off, fell to the ground directly behind the back of my truck, did not touch my truck. I could go on and on and on with stories about outdoor ceremonies that I've done with butterflies coming into circle and landing on every single person in the circle, with sparks flying and touching not a single person around the circle. Animals that fly into that space or bless the space, stand on the edge, a sacred circle and bless it. Animals that are supposed to be threats that weren't. I could tell stories for hours. What I've witnessed in my life is the power of that connection. When you're connected, you are taking care of each other. We are taking care of the earth, and she, in all of her forms, is taking care of us. So our great calling, if we choose to accept it right now, really does boil down to we are the answers we've been waiting for. And the answers live inside of us, and they're born in our relationships. If we're willing to engage, if we're willing to address those fears, open up to a more expanded view of what may be happening, and then allow ourselves to see the beautiful, radiant answers that live inside of us and the way that we can be of service to the earth. We can be of service to each other. That simple blessing for that tree every morning was a service to that tree. And in our time of need, that tree took care of us. That's the power of our connections. And so your story a few weeks ago just really sparked me that that's it. That's the groundedness. That's where it happens. And we're built for it.
And never a better time than now. Such perfect wisdom. Thank you so much, Misa. What a beautiful offering. I just absolutely love that it's right relationship right now. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for doing this, Stephanie. Thank you so much. And thanks to all who are engaging in these right relationships. Pretty awesome stuff happening right now.
Welcome back. Oh my goodness, this has been such a delight to have you join us here at What We Need to Know Now. It has been absolutely amazing hearing from so many wisdom keepers, change makers, people that are helping us to learn how we can do this in the world, how we can be a part of that change. And I'm here with author, podcast host, filmmaker, Paul Samuel Dolman, dear friend of mine, wonderful human being. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining us.
Oh, I'm honored, and thank you for including me in anything you do.
Oh, thank you. You know, Paul, we've had so many amazing conversations, and even just, gosh, the name of your show, what matters most. I know that that's been a leading theme in your life. And what's coming through right now as what we need to know most now, or what matters most now?
Well, I'd start foundationally as being present. Because if we're not here, where are we? We're physically here, but if our consciousness is here, there, or somewhere else, we don't bring the full power of our presence to the moment. And in that, which is the only real thing we have. Of course, I'm borrowing from hundreds of teachers that have come before and are around now. But I think being present, this is what works for me, by the way. I have no one way that's great for everybody. Don't have an 800 number yet. So I would say just being present. And then from the present, I feel like we then are aligned with these higher forces, with the universe, with our beautiful earth. And when we're aligned, then beauty comes in, beauty passes through, all kinds of experiences. And then it's like we're really enjoying the movie. We're really here. And then for me, when I am present like that, it seems like more wisdom comes through, more love, more compassion, more service. And then I have to get out sometimes just because that's the contrast of living in a polarity in a 3D world. So I would say being authentic, being present, being conscious, showing up, and then looking to give first, to listen first, before you look to get, take, and tell.
Well, and that's one of the things that I think I really love about you is that you notice, first of all, for those of you that don't know Paul, he puts pictures up every day on his Instagram of the most beautiful things, whether it's children laughing or puppy dogs or the gorgeous ocean that's around you. I mean, you just notice beauty, and that also you reach out and help other people. And I'm remembering the story of the guy that you gave pizza to. Mm-hmm. That had a broken down truck and was looking down on his luck. And what a significant, that simple gesture of you going into this place to buy a slice for yourself and then buying it for him. And when you handed it to him, just his response to you was really powerful.
Well, I feel love for you in this moment because I'd forgotten that. And so you start talking about it. Yeah, it's emotional. Those simple kindnesses are they're amazing. And it's funny in retrospect, when I was more in ego, how much money I spent to remotely have that feeling, which I never got, trying to do for me or through stuff, as opposed to when you're not looking to do it, but when it really comes from the heart. That was a heart-led moment. And things like that, kindness. Try to be on the lookout for those because it just feels so good to have that paradigm. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
The beauty's everywhere. I mean, everyone, wow, your photography. But I mean, it's everywhere. I feel like it's like diving in the world's most beautiful reef. There's just so much color and fish. And this is a million times that. It's amazing. if you're paying attention and not in your head.
Well, and
that
I think that's,
back to
yeah.
presence. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know, to your point of being in presence, when we are in the present moment, we can breathe into our bodies and then start noticing as we are actually looking through our own eyes instead of just focusing on what's going on in our own heads, creating the images in our heads. We're actually looking outward and noticing the beauty that is all around us, that's available to us so much of the time. And even if you live in a place that doesn't feel beautiful, you can look up and see the sky. It's amazing. I mean, that's it. You know, you can be in touch with all of creation right there.
Well said. And I actually pray and say things all the time like, use me, guide me, inspire me, don't let me miss it. Protect me from linear harm if I am looking around, you know, I'm on a bike lot. And then everything is, again, if you don't have a preference, like we had a big storm come through here. Henry was supposed to be a hurricane and went down to a tropical storm. But I went out to the beach on the South Shore and it was just the power of nature and the clouds and the waves and the ocean. Just, it made me feel really small in terms of my form, but yet part of a bigger picture. It's like at night, I love to, there's an outside shower out this door. Love on a clear night to take an outside shower and just look at the stars. It makes me want to cry now. It's so big and beautiful. And I'm part of that somehow. I am made of stardust. So are you, and everything we see and don't see. But that's just, I find those expanded states to be a good place to dwell.
So what would you leave our audience with if you just had a couple lines of meaning you would like to leave? What would that be as we're wrapping up?
That you are so much more than you could ever know or feel. You're infinitely miraculous. You're hurtling through space on a giant magnet in one galaxy of infinite galaxies. You came here in this space and time. There's 1 trillion cells that have come together to create you. You're not really your story, you're not your thoughts, but that's a small part of what you are. Get in touch with the bigger part of who you are, and thus the universe. Look to grow and look to give. Look to give and look to grow. Be kinder than necessary. Don't watch television. Eat well. Treat your beautiful vessel with love and care. And open your eyes and don't be afraid to take smart chances and go beyond your comfort zone. Prioritize people and experiences way beyond stuff and achievement and materialism. It's so fleeting. It doesn't fill you like love. Love comes in infinite forms. Find it in the eyes of a dog and playing with a dog, or the beauty of a riptide and the flower, the bee doing his job, the bus driver who went to work today, who maybe didn't want to. Cut the grouchy people some slack. We never know. They might have got the chemo diagnosis today, or somebody died and they had to come in, or who knows, they might be in pain, probably in the inner pain for sure. And it's really hard here to be a human being. So cut yourself a lot of slack. Find the joy in the nooks and the crannies and the crevices and the cracks in the sidewalk on the street and in the sky at night, and keep feeding your soul with good stuff, both physically and also spiritually and mentally. And if you're catching this, you're probably on a pretty good path. And then whatever happens, be like a goldfish and forget it, and then just move on to the next moment. Cherish the memories, cherish people, hug longer, be careful, and believe in science, but also mystery and magic and miracles.
Beautiful. Thank you, Paul, so much. Thank you for sharing your gifts, your wisdom with us.
I'm honored. Go in love and peace, and have a good time. It's short.
This is so exciting. I hope that you all are absolutely as lit up as I am. I'm just so blown away by the offerings that we have here that are really igniting our spirits and opening our hearts. Our next presenter is an amazing heart in this world as well. We have with us Dr. Morgan Oakes. He is a high performance coach, shamanic practitioner, professional speaker, and chiropractor. He's got so many different gifts that he offers. So happy to have you here with us, Morgan.
So grateful to be a part of this, Stephanie.
Well, Morgan, what is it, as we have talked so often about what humanity really needs to hear right now, what's landed in your heart? What do you feel like needs to be shared at this time?
Yeah, it's obviously a time where a lot of things are in motion. And I think that's the first thing that most of us need to realize is we live on a dynamic planet, right? Life is always changing, relationships are always changing, business is changing, and we can say this at any point in history, there's a speed of evolution, right? And that speed of evolution just feels like it's faster now. So I think that's the first thing, is just to, accept that we live in a dynamic life, right? So knowing that things are going to shift and evolve. For most of us, I think, part of what's really been highlighted the last year and a half is that we're a little too dynamic, right? Everybody's been so busy. And I kind of think sometimes it's like at a wedding where they're playing the chicken dance and it just keeps going faster. It's no, and everybody's out there dancing and it's going faster and faster and faster in this chaotic frenzy. And then it all falls apart. But on the dance floor, we laugh and giggle and high five and hug each other. And then the DJ either slows the song down and starts it again, or they move on to a new song. And I really feel like right now we're getting invited to move on to a new song. I know for most of the people I know in my life, things have been chaotic, frenetic, crazy, too fast, coming into this. And so for most of us, we just need to stop. Stop what we're doing, just kind of let everything settle out. And that might only take 5 or 10 minutes, but let everything settle out. And then another thing that I'm finding is really important is this external reality is always going to be shifting. Is salt good or bad for us? Is, this type of exercise good or bad? Is this health trend proper? Is this, the way to approach business? And ultimately, everything around us is always going to be shifting. And if you ask 10 experts, and really, I think any field of expertise on the planet, you'll get 10 or maybe 12 different answers. And so instead of tracking the external so much, I think this is a good time. And this is something one of my spiritual teachers taught me to, kind of imagine how much energy is focused on our brain right now. And even me, I can feel it, like a lot of my energy is in my mind. And so just letting that energy come back down into the heart. And you can even do a breath or two where you're applying your energy and intention towards your heart and recentering, and then going, okay, like what's true for me? The eating style that may work for your 10 closest friends and family members may not be true for you. So what does your body tell you? What does your heart tell you? What does your gut tell you? All the experts might be saying a certain thing about the career field that you're in. It may have been a should that you stepped into based on parents or based on where you scored on a test when you were younger, but what's true about your career? What's true about your relationship? And when we do that, I think usually we get 1 or 2 quick epiphanies. Like if anybody listening to this goes, okay, what's one thing I can let go of and what's one thing I can step into, right? If it's about raising energy, raising vibration, reducing stress, so as you drop into your heart, what's that one thing that that you're ready to let go of? It might be around relationship. It might be a behavior in your personal life. It might be something that's happening in career, around finances. It might be a spiritual practice, a morning practice. So what's that one thing you can let go of? And usually if we take 1 or 2 stones out of our backpack, the hike is easier. Right. And so that's the hope with this. And then as we drop down into the heart again, what's that one thing that we know will help us level up, that will help create some movement and momentum in our life? Again, in any one of those categories. And if we start just letting those things come to us, we've probably had those intuitions 10, 50, 100 times, and we just maybe haven't taken care of it. And so I think the more that we can do to know that the world is always changing, it's an ism, we can just accept it. Know that the truth around us will always be evolving. So how do we slow down, come from our mind back down into our heart and our body, and just do that daily assessment of like, what can I let go of? What can I step into? And with that, I think, ultimately the world is going to keep doing what it's doing. It's going to be evolving and writing, getting itself upright. And how can we be staying in balance with doing that as well? So those are the things that are really coming to me. Those are the things I'm implementing in my own life. And those are the things that I'm sharing with my coaching clients and in other, conversations and interviews as well. Those, I think, are the keys to just, having this time be as positive and uplifting as possible.
Yeah, those are just awesome, awesome invitations. I love that. What do you find, I know you and I also have talked a lot about these morning practices and how essential that has been in your life. I'm wondering too, a lot of people that I talk with are talking about, when I get really anxious, it's right before I go to bed. I'm like listening to the news and I'm, watching things that are raising my fear or anxiety. What suggestions do you have for people so that they're kind of easing into their nights in really a peaceful or grace-filled way?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's the idea that, hey, doc, every time I touch the stove, I burn myself. What should I do? The answer is, put on some gloves, stop touching the stove. As far as like nighttime activities, we know that if you stop eating 3 or 4 hours before sleep, it allows your body to keep cleaning out toxins in your brain. It's really positive for you. Tend to sleep better as well. We know that if you cut out blue screens, so like TVs, computers, cell phones, within about 4 hours before sleep, you sleep better as well. And ultimately, news, social media, a lot of these things aren't putting us in the optimum state. And I think it's all right to treat it like a spice. A little bit might be good, too much may not taste too well, So I think creating a nightly habit that works for you. I like doing gratitudes. I like journaling. I like connecting with loved ones, having downtime, really slowing things down and just adding in the things that are recharging to me, help me process and let go of the day. And also know that there are times where my mind is really, really busy. And at times like that, I may put a journal beside my bed or just a piece of scrap paper. And when something pops up, instead of really spinning around and working with it, I can write it down. My conscious and unconscious mind know that it's been captured. I'm not going to lose it. And I can come back to it tomorrow, but hopefully that's a way to kind of to purge and let go of it. And some people may find that simply journaling and getting that out for 5 or 10 minutes, before bed will really help as well.
Perfect. Awesome. I love these two bookends to the day. Morgan, as we're wrapping up right now, what is one of the pieces of just your essential message that you want to make sure you're leaving with the audience?
Yeah. Humanity evolved because they knew the answer, right? Our intuition, our ability to know when there's a predator coming out of the jungle, our ability to know what foods are good or bad for us, our ability to really feel like we're living on a safe planet and continue to move forward is based on intuition. I think for all of us, we have this skill. And so as we can slow down and keep developing that, I think these answers come to us. And many times we write them off because we don't trust or believe in them. And if you start trusting those little intuitions about the grocery store or what time to leave to beat traffic or, these really little benign, simple things in our life, as we trust those levels of intuition, we're given bigger and bigger information through that conduit. And for me, that's really what I've based the last 12 years of my life on. And I think that a lot of people can gain a self-assuredness, knowing that the answers are within.
Well, I know that that's been something that's been really a huge driving force in your life is being able to tap into intuition. How would you invite people to start listening to that inner voice? How do they get more in touch with that voice?
A lot of it's slowing down. It's kind of like a conversation. If I talk 100% of the time, I don't get your opinion. Right. And so a lot of times intuition's always there. It can come in second place to our mind and our inner dialogue. So waking up first thing in the morning, I really like journaling dreams. I like journaling in general. After that, I like walks in nature where I don't have a friend. I don't have earbuds in. I'm not listening to music or a podcast. I'm simply being with nature. I'll even Even before this conversation, shut my lights off, sat down comfortably, and just kind of let things be open for about 10 minutes to see what else showed up. So a lot of it, I think, is just opening up space. And then the second part of it is, if somebody gives you a great recommendation to do in your life and you never listen to them or follow up, at a certain point, they stop telling you. And I think that can kind of happen as well. So when you get those little intuitions, whether you follow them or not, acknowledging that they happened. And I think the more that we follow them, the more that we get them. But also, if you get one and you don't follow it, for me, I'll laugh and be like, okay, I heard the intuition and I didn't follow it, and I will next time. So there's a piece of listening, acknowledging, acting, and then you start that pipeline, moving even better.
Awesome. I love that. Thank you so much, Morgan. Always such a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom here with us.
My pleasure, Stephanie. Thank you for putting this together and sharing with all of us.
So our next presenter is an absolutely beautiful soul on this earth, and I am so thankful to get to share this next presentation with you. I am here with Nubia, and Nubia is an author and yogi, a teacher, trainer, and I want to make sure I'm saying this right, Odissi dancer.
Mhm.
Yes, so beautiful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for having me and being part of this beautiful community that is trying. We are trying to bring our little waters to the places that are needed. And if this gathering somehow contributes to bring more beauty and more light and more balance to our beautiful world, I'm so honored to be here, and I hope that this is really what happens, that we are able to awaken just a little bit more of this light and beauty together.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And of course, that is our intent and purpose, and coming together as this global tribe with many voices from all over the world, sharing their living wisdom, sharing their gifts. And I know that through these times, so much has come through you and has spoken to you. What's speaking to you today, Nubia, that you feel like needs to be shared now?
Well, to develop love for our planet, to cultivate love for one another, so important, and to use everything and anything that is coming our way, that is presented to us in our daily lives, near arm's reach, to use that as a power to support, to transform if you need it, to offer always, to collaborate. Ideally, is what I feel is the most essential. Dreaming is beautiful. Dreaming a beautiful life, and dreaming a spirit, and dreaming and a spiritual awakening for all is really beautiful. But I think right now what is really needed is to be hands-on in a daily basis. Small contributions with a consistency is much more effective, I believe, than waiting for the great moment when everything is aligned to do that big move. That may come as grace and as a daily labor of love that everyone can be doing just in their inner world, in their outer and very daily mundane world, and then dealing with whatever comes as some teachers will call the life experience, our life experiences and the emotions and everything else, Maya, as illusion. And I feel like that's a loss. If you see Maya as a power, and whatever comes your way, you work with it to benefit you, your life, to benefit the life of you, the ones near you, that is a power that can make a huge change.
Yes. So not to wait, that we start in this present moment right now, and that love and kindness can start just coming through in this moment.
Yes, and not select this is workable, this is not workable, this is not worth, in a sense that whatever comes in your way, you take that as an opportunity to do your spiritual work and really deal with people, situations, things. Of course, you bring near what you feel it's safe, you push away, you know, work with justice and cleansing if you need it, but you receive what comes and you work with it versus avoiding it or waiting for the big moment. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I feel like so often that's it, that we're waiting for the big moment, you know, for everything to change or for things to go back to being the same, or we're waiting even in our own, I think about, you know, in our careers or in a relationship. We're waiting, it seems like so often waiting for the big moment. And it just reminds me, I have to tell you, it reminds me of Dr. Seuss when he has this book that says, he talks about the waiting place. And he says, the waiting place is the worst place because everybody's waiting. So, and when I think of that, it makes me think, you know, of not being, you know, where we truly want to be, which is an embodied heart and a living, you know, that living love that comes through us each day, each moment. And like, I love what you're saying, that we have to do it in the present moment, that
Yeah.
it's not, it's whatever comes before us.
Yeah, and it's now. All the sacred texts in yoga, which is, you know, my main path, they begin with this word atta, and atta means now. So it's not tomorrow when I don't know, I lose a little bit of weight, or I'm able to deal with it. No, it's now, and it's a choice. So yes, for waiting and for doubt, those are big diseases, right? Waiting for everything to be aligned from an outside perspective or an ideal that it might not be, or you know, might become a reality, but never be actually a reality, because it's an ideal proposed by someone else or by some part of your mind that is not supporting your path in this life, imposed by, you know, some scripture that is just like so ethereal and so out of reach. So now with what you have in this moment, the conditions are all there. It's just really a matter of looking into everything as an opportunity. And what I understand, you know, I'm Brazilian, so in Brazil, I grew up Catholic, and a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. So there's lots of confluences. But what I understand from the spiritual, my upbringing is that as spiritual beings, we are working here in this human body. We are not, you know, waiting to be working as spirits in the spiritual realm. We are given this opportunity to work towards our spiritual evolution as human beings. And then with the path of Bhakti Yoga, which is the yoga of love, the yoga of devotion, Bhakti is also translated as relationship. So that opportunity to relate to oneself, to the divine, to others, to life, as a way of opening the heart, churning the heart, and then growing and evolving spiritually is what we are here for, I believe.
Yes, yes. And I guess, Nubia, the thing that I'm curious about for people that feel a lot of fear or are scared, what can they do? What is a process or a practice that might help them with that heart opening?
You know, fear, I mean, right now it's so palpable, right? we never really know what's going to happen, but right now it feels like so intense. So I say embody and feel that fear, honor that fear, don't run away. So I often suggest to bring your hands to your kidneys just to begin with. Like, your kidneys are these beautiful supportive organs that are on the right and left side, right below your rib cages, and they often can hold fear, feelings of fear. So you're just like, they're there. Here, friend, I am. And you are there for me. And then to try the best, what the kidneys do, when functioning, they are releasing towards the earth. So then just transfer the hands to the thighs and to the earth and point to the earth and just like, okay, here I am. I trust, even if it's, difficult, but just to say that I trust, and allow that fear to move down as this nice water to the earth, to the womb of the earth, because she will know what to do with that. If our awareness, when we are feeling fear, goes up to the head and disembodying, one loses the opportunity to converse with the physical body and transform through the physical body. So really like touching the body, then connecting to the earth, and then paying attention on the breath. So I would not even say pay attention on the breath. I would go embody first, connected to the earth. And then when you feel like, oh, my feet is on the earth, I'm able to connect it to the breath and offer to the earth. And then just say, what is it? What is it that this fear is trying to show me?
Yes. Yes. And what I hear clearly, and as we are wrapping up right now, Nubia, this beautiful message of each person matters and their contribution matters. So, being in right alignment with their hearts and being in touch with their bodies and that body wisdom and the earth, all essential pieces of this, and that each person watching this, each person in this humanity, this beautiful world we're in, matters.
And just as an image to close from my side, when you study the Amazonian forest, you see that every single insect is contributing. The big trees, the little trees, everything is contributing to the balance and the harmony. And that's how it is. So finding what is your small contribution in a daily life and not waiting is really what we need right now.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Nubia. Thank you. Welcome back. So happy to have you here as we continue with what we need to know now, living wisdom for a changing world. Our next guest is Sedina Capinelli. And Sedina is an award-winning author. She's co-producer and presenter in the Ageless Living series. It's airing on PBS across the nation right now. She's an ageless living coach and does amazing online and in-person events with women across the nation. So honored to have you here with us, Sedina. Thanks for joining us.
I'm so honored that you invited me to be part of this. What a beautiful summit. Thank you so much, Stephanie, my dear friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Sedina. You are one of the people that has always moved me and inspired me with your messages of how we can show up in this world and how we can deal with all the challenges that we're facing right now. And I'm curious for you right now, what has been coming through as the message that feels like it needs to be shared now?
Well, I think Stephanie, my work is about ageless living, more specifically with women about ageless beauty, but it's not just for women, that's for men as well, because that's our true nature. And I think when you say what we need to know now, which is the title of the summit right now in our world, for me, knowing is about awareness. We can't really change anything if we don't know it, if we don't acknowledge it. Can't do anything about it. So Awareness is huge. It's the catalyst for change, and really the genesis for action too. So for me, it's about perspective. Right now, the most important thing that comes up is definitely, what is our perspective? How do we view the world and ourselves? I think it's just so important. In our unsettled and really challenging world that we're living in right now, that's awareness. The most important thing is to recognize and honor who we are, and what is the truth of our environment, our being here on this planet. And I think it's beauty. Beauty is everywhere. Ageless beauty. And it's inside of us. It's everywhere we look. It's really the fabric of the universe. And love is the natural response to beauty, right? Love. So I believe love has the power to change even the most upside down circumstances like the ones we're in right now. Love can do it. I truly believe that. And we've been focused, let's face it, on the material world. And I believe that our human species, our humanity, has way out of balance because of that. We focused on the material world rather than the energy that we are, the ageless energy that we are. And scientists, tell us this is not really woo-woo. This is scientific fact that we're part of a quantum universe of energy. Right? So we are unlimited, just like that energy is. And we all know that, according to science, again, that energy cannot be destroyed. So our energy is going to live on. Whatever energy we create right here on this earth will live on in some form after our physical form is gone. I think that's exciting, don't you?
Yes.
I think it's very exciting, and I think it's super important. This is our true nature. It's what I think we were born to give, this beauty from within us, and this awareness of the beauty all around us. And let's face it, if we had more awareness of the ageless beauty that we're really a part of, we'd be a lot more careful with our world. Everything wouldn't be so expedient, And it's just time. It's time to come into our own power now and drop all the doubts and insufficiencies and stand tall in who we really are. We're ageless beings. We've all heard Chardin started, but so many thought leaders have really expanded on the thought that we are spiritual beings having a human experience, not the other way around. So it's time to focus on that, I think. And our personal story, for me, is the key. It's our way in to our purpose and our passion. And we each have a story, and we have threads that we can pull through this story into a tapestry sort of that creates our destiny, that this is our world and how precious it is. And to really tune into, focus, open to the ageless beauty within, including all the stuff that you maybe don't like, just to accept it, honor it, as a whole piece of who you are. It's beautiful. That's who you are. And you wouldn't be here if it weren't for everything that you garnered to this point. There's a reason why you're here and why you've had your unique experience. And there is a gift, a song that only you can sing as part of this big orchestra of life, just to be flowery about it, but it's true. And it's true. Another thing for me that just is coming up is that a good perspective is expecting the best. We have a book entitled The Best Is Yet to Be. And trust me, I don't believe that's a naive statement. Regardless of what's happening in our world, I don't look at that as naive. It's believing in unlimited possibilities. And remember, we are unlimited, like the universe that we're a part of. And it's holding the high watch, right? And being flexible. That's what expecting the best is. So I try to wake up every morning and just say, wow, I don't have any idea what's going to happen, but it's going to be amazing. I just know that. And even when if it's something upsetting, I find that amazing. If we can have a perspective, I love that word because it's like the old time spectacles is what it makes me think of. I can respect, relook at what's in front of me and stand back as if I'm looking at a mountain rather than picking the little bug that might be biting my ankle. I stand way back and look at a human being or anything in front of me, a circumstance, as if it were this majesty, like a mountain. Look at the whole thing. And that's acceptance for me, And really, I'll just leave one thing more. Einstein, I love the quote. I know you do too, Stephanie. He said that you can look at life as if everything is a miracle or as if nothing is a miracle. So it is all about perspective. It is our choice, focus on the negative or on the beauty that's all around us.
Well, I feel like he just dinged in. There was like this ding when
I
he
heard that
said
ding.
that quote. I love that. So Albert Einstein is here with us, and let's look at all of it as a miracle. Thank
Yeah.
you, Sadina.
Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you so much.
So happy to have all of you here with us. I just feel like, wow, let's just take a deep breath and just breathe in these amazing offerings, these amazing lessons that we are receiving. And this journey continues now with the amazing Solomon Masala. He is a community and corporate development consultant and high school director, and just amazing soul on this planet. So honored to have you here with us, Solomon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, always.
So I know, we have had so many just fantastic conversations. And, one of the things I know about you is that you just bring so much authenticity and light. And this is a time where we're really needing that in our world. I'm curious, what's speaking to you now, Solomon? What is it that you want to share with us now?
Oh, beautiful. Thanks so much again for having me. One of the things that each of us is faced with on a daily basis is how we're going to engage the relationships that we have, particularly when we're having some sort of conflict. And in today's world, I think one of the things we need to recapture is the art of what we call the breakthrough conversation, right? So there are all the practices around how we unify and how we come together and the need to do this. And those are important. We've got to do those kinds of things. But what happens here between me and that person or those people when all of a sudden it's like, not sure we agree on this, or I want this and you want that, or you believe this and I believe that, and yet we have to find this place to come together. And so I'd like to share just the what I have learned and the compilation of wisdom from many wonderful teachers that we call breakthrough conversations. And we call them breakthrough conversations because, there's lots of words for them out there. Crucial Conversations, great book to read. Fierce Conversations, Courageous Conversations. I like to call them breakthrough conversations because every time that one of these conversations is held in the right way, it leads to a breakthrough. That sense of your perspective versus my perspective, when we're able to drop that and dive into what needs to happen to find that place of common ground, there's always a breakthrough. I get to learn something new. We become more connected. There is a deeper understanding that emerges. So breakthrough conversations.
Great. Gosh. So I want to understand this more. Tell me about these breakthrough conversations.
Well, it starts off as with anything, with being in the body, right? And so it's whenever you're faced with a tough conversation or someone has just said something that you disagree with, and all of a sudden there's this potential glitch in the field between you and this person, it starts off by an experience that I have in my body, right? And so most of us, if you think about having a hard conversation, I'm going to keep using breakthrough conversation here, that there are some physiological things that go on, right? So people will notice that their hands will tense up, or maybe their palms will sweat, underarms sweat, and belly gets a little bit more clenched, and words get a little bit hard to say, and brow may get furrowed, and breathing gets more rapid, and heart rate gets more rapid. And all of these things are natural. They're a natural response to my system, my being saying, hey, is this someplace I'm going to have to defend myself? Or is this someplace I'm going to have to get myself out of here? You know what I'm talking about. The fight or flight reflex kicks in. And so if I'm able to be aware of that, starting off in the body, that's the key, because the chemistry will always win. The beautiful thing about being a human being, a conscious human being, is then I have practices that I can use to come back to what I call the zone, come back to a state of coherence, come back to a place of relaxation and regulation, right? And that starts with a deep breath. So let's just do that real quick. Everybody, here we go. Let's take a deep breath. I start with that because it's the first place that our amygdala recognizes. If I'm taking deep breaths, I'm sending signals to my body that says, oh, this is actually okay, right? Whatever that ancient trigger system is that says, tiger, you know, when I take the deep breaths, basically I'm saying, there's no tiger. I'm just having a disagreement with somebody. And there's three things that I encourage people to remember when they're in these situations. First of all, more than likely, not in every situation, but most situations, there's air to breathe. There's always air to breathe, right? More than likely. Second, more than likely, I'm going to have my next meal. So no one's withholding food, right? I'm going to have my nourishment. Not in every situation, but most. And third, more than likely, no one's holding a weapon to me, right? Not in every situation, but most situations that we face in these tough conversations, those things are true. There's air, I'm gonna eat, and there's not a weapon here. So when I remind myself of those things, that can help me literally come back into coherence. I can take a deep breath, which brings me back into my executive function, which reminds me, this person that I'm talking to here, I want to have a loving, respectful conversation, connection with them. I care about this person, or I care about who I am in this moment, and I want to represent myself to the highest that I can. So that is where it always starts. I got to shift my chemistry. And sometimes when I get triggered, the breath may not be enough. One deep breath may not be enough. I may need to take 5, or I may need to pause and go run around the building or go up and down some stairs to move those 1,300 biochemicals that are flushing through my system, move them through so that I can come back to balance, so I can come back to the zone. So it starts off with that. That's always the first place. Then I think the second piece to it is to remember or hold myself and the other person capable of doing this. So if I get into an argument, right, a conversation with somebody that's no longer a conversation because we're not just sharing information and listening, all of a sudden it's becoming, I need to make my point, they're trying to make their point. It's not a dialogue. So if it gets to that, you know, what I have to remember is I have the capacity for this breakthrough conversation, and I'm going to hold this other person as also capable. Now, I really have no control over what the other person is going to do or say, but I have to hold, I'm capable, and I'm holding that the other person is also capable. Really, it's about, okay, I'm going to walk my talk here and do my work. So those are the first pieces.
Beautiful. Well, and so once we have ourselves regulated, and I think this is just so imperative to take a breath, to really bring ourselves into that state where we're no longer in fight or flight. We've self-soothed enough that now our parasympathetic nervous system is enacted a bit, right? And we're out of that caveman brain and we're able to use the executive functioning, like you said. What's next?
Beautiful. I think the next step is what is called in the Crucial Conversations book, they language it really beautifully, mutual purpose and mutual respect. So this is an art. And to me, this is really the secret sauce. Again, remember, I won't think of mutual purpose and mutual respect unless I'm in the zone. If I'm totally jacked up and I've got amygdala hijack going on, I just want to win or get out of there, right? So I got to come back to this space. When I'm back in that space, mutual purpose and mutual respect is essentially being able to literally overtly share with the other person. I want you to have what you want. So how do I language that, right? This person might say, gosh, in these days, let's just take one of the things that's tough, like masks, wearing masks or not wearing masks, right? One could have lots of breakthrough conversations about that potentially. It's to chunk it up. What's the common ground? The common ground is everyone wants to feel like they're going to be safe. So the mutual purpose statement in that would be something to the effect of, I want you to know that you are going to feel safe when we're together. Because that's the common ground. I want to feel safe, and I want you to know you're going to feel safe too, right? So the mutual purpose piece lets the other person recognize that I'm not just there to win, because if we set up win-lose, somebody is going to get the short end of the stick. If we're able to set up through mutual purpose, win-win, I want you to have what you want also. I don't necessarily know how we're going to get there, and I really want that. I'm willing to work towards that breakthrough so that we have that shared resolution. And it might take more than one conversation to get there, right? Now, the question I always get is, well, what if the other person doesn't want to? Like I said before, I can't control what the other person does, but I definitely know that I can still choose the high road, right? So I've got to start working on me. That's where it starts. So what can I do to language to the other person? I care about what you want, and I want you to have what you want.
Wow.
That's the next part.
Yeah, that's powerful. Well, and we just have about a minute left here. I want to make sure that, these breakthrough conversations, what is your experience then, Solomon, when people are able to drop into that other place? To me, it's almost like dropping out of your head and into your heart, because there's this place there of connection I'm hearing.
That's absolutely.
Where I'm being compassionate and I'm saying, yeah, I really want for you what you also want.
Absolutely.
I want that mutual safety like you're using in this example. So what's your experience then of what happens when we have these breakthrough conversations?
Well, it allows a connection to be found where initially people did not think there was one. And I'm convinced now, after having facilitated hundreds of these and watched people practice the art of doing this, that the breakthrough exists, that we can find common ground. And I have to be willing to let go of my position. I have to get curious. That's another part of this. I have to get curious. Where is this person's perspective coming from? Let me understand. Let me ask more questions, and let me listen genuinely, not loaded gun listening, like I'm just waiting for them to stop so I can go, right? It's truly listening, truly being curious. And Stephanie, I find that it always causes each human in the experience to go, oh, wow, I never thought of that. Or, oh, wow, how about that? Or, oh, we agree on that, right? And like I said, it's not about coming into it, I'm going to change your mind, or you're going to change my mind, and I have to defend against that. It's truly, how can I learn, grow, and find a place where we can meet and connect?
Wow. So powerful, Solomon. I think this is, like you said, this is the secret sauce that our world is really needing right now. So that we don't have to avoid difficult conversations. I think that's really powerful that we can actually lean into them when we have the skill set, and we're able to really come to that place of connection instead of I have to stand on my divisive side
Yeah.
and defend myself. So thank you for sharing this. Yeah, what a gift.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Practice, everyone.
Yes. Thank you, Solomon, so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So we are just here being lifted up, inspired. This has been such an amazing time. All these collective gathered voices that are sharing their wisdom and their light with you. I'm so just deeply honored to be a part of this and helping bring this to you. Our next presenter is an amazing soul and spirit, Mari Sato, the mother of 3 children and mother of the Praising Earth community. With Timothy McLaughlin, her husband, she is also a song carrier, carrying the indigenous songs from around the world. So honored to have you here with us, Mari.
It's my honor. Thank you for bringing this together, Stephanie. Thank you.
Yes. So I know you've just come off of this amazing retreat and have just beautiful energy and message to share with us. What's on your heart today that you feel like needs to come through?
Yes, as I sat in the morning sunrise today, the message came that we are in relations, we are part of community from the microcosmic level to the macrocosmic level. So it is a remembrance that even within our own personal bodies, the cells and the organs are in this sacred relationship. And we can either be conscious of it or unconscious of it. And I feel that it is so important these days that we bring into consciousness that deepening of relations with all beings. As I said, the personal, the cellular level, to the family in our relations with our beloveds and mother and father, human family, to the more than human family of the earth beings, the tree beings, the ones that swim, the ones that crawl, the four-leggeds, the tall mountains, all the way to the macrocosmic level of our constant star of the sun and the moon, and then the whole star nation relatives. So when that deepening happens, then we have an understanding that we are not alone, that our choices and our ways that we walk and we think affect the whole. And so one of the most profound and simple ancient practices of all of our ancestors was to meet that morning sunrise every day, where it is that threshold from the shadow to the light. And then the other threshold being the sunset, when we meet from the daylight into the night, from the light into the dark. And literally those are windows where there's an expansiveness, and there can be a real connection and information and blessing to greet those times of day and make an offering of a song, of a prayer, of a little bit of cornmeal and water, whatever it is that speaks to your heart. And so leading into those thresholds of the sunrise and the sunset in a prayerful way, my work has been about helping humanity remember their right place in the circle through song. And these songs of our ancestors help us remember how to walk in right relations with our whole community of life. And want to remind everyone that we are all born with the gift to sing. And sound and language, when expanded and stretched, are song. And that's why, you know, all of the spiritual teachers say, when you sing, you are praying twice. Literally, you are stretching that prayer. And so I love that way of praying with song. And we can pray with the ancestral songs to help us remember and to receive the blessing of the thousands, if not millions, of ancestors that sung that song before is infused. And there are the new songs coming. And the indigenous way of song is that it is to sing and pray that it is, not that we are waiting for it or wishing for it, but that it is. And one of my Hopi elders, Grandmother Ruby, says, when they sing the songs at the dry riverbed, the songs are to see that the river is already there. It is already flowing. So I have a song that came through me during, actually, right after the COVID shutting of the gateway to move out in the world. A song came that over time, it spoke to me as a song in celebration of the new humanity, of the new world. And so I thought to close this offering with this song. Thank you. Hana wenea, hana weneo, hana wenea, hana weneo, hana wenea, hana weneo, hana wenea, hana weneo, hey Yahweh, hey, hey ya, hana wene, hana weneo, hey ya, hana wene, hana weneo, hey Yahweh, hey. Hana wene ya, hana wene yo, 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 hey Yahweh, hey, hey ya, hana wene, hana wene yo, hey ya, hana wene, hana wene yo, hey Yahweh, hey.
Beautiful. Mari, thank you so deeply for that gift of your song. Thank you for your beautiful words. Is there anything that you would want to say in closing?
Gratitude for this holy time of change in the world, this holy time of revelation, rebirth, remembering, gratitude for all that has been and all that is now and all that is to come. This is my prayer, and that we put love before old agreements, any faults that we see or find in the world, to put that love and that compassion and that understanding that we are in holy relationships. And it's our opportunity to recognize that even through the big trauma work of our time, the shadow work that needs to happen, that we are able to see each and every being more than human, human and beyond as part of us. So thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Mari. I am absolutely thrilled to be here with quantum physicist and quantum activist Amit Goswami. Amit, thank you so much for being here with us.
Glad to be here, Stephanie.
For you, what do you feel like is the essential message that people need to know now?
It's really a very simple message, Stephanie, and this is good because like when our students come, the first thing I tell them that, look, it's a training of expansion of consciousness, how to stay in expanded consciousness. I give them simple demonstration about the difference between pleasure and love, pleasure and happiness, sex and love, and they get it. That is the simplest way to understand for an adult, of course. I mean, you're gonna talk to a child about sex, but for an adult, this is a wonderful entry. And once they understand the difference, that the sex itself does not give you expansion of consciousness, it gives you pleasure. And then you can contract, you can turn over and get to sleep like many males do, or you can cuddle like most women want. And if you cuddle, then you find that you are getting softened or you are getting vulnerable. Men don't like that feeling usually, and then they contract again. But if you are open, and this is a training, can I be open to that vulnerable feeling? Then what happens that the heart changes. Heart really changes. Heart makes a quantum leap into remembering the connection. And that is what we call romantic love. So, and we feel it in the heart. It is feel it so strongly that once you have felt it, that's it, you are hooked. You know that this is something special, I don't want to lose it. So these processes, eventually, we just do everything and watch our consciousness. Is it open? And openness just means inclusion. Am I talking to you? Am I including you? Am I caring about you? Or am I just intellectually competing with you? That's a surefire way of excluding you. I become a competitor, whereas the inclusion means that I listen, you listen, and we both enjoy the expansion, this inclusion.
And so we can do that. We can do that with one another. It's like dropping out of our heads and into our hearts.
We can do that, but it takes a lot of training. As I said, our PhDs work for 5 years, but eventually I guarantee them, we teach them that yes, we will have the capacity of living in more expanded consciousness than ever. That's what Maslow called positive mental health. When we are able to do that, we also have mental health. And Valentine and I are writing a book that it is also leading to positive health. Actual physical health improves. That is what surprised us is that if you love, then the immune system also becomes more stable, more balanced, and therefore it functions better. Then it does not get into inflaming organs when something is not working quite right. This inflammation is the basic phenomenon that goes wrong with us, and that's aggravated immune system. So if we can improve the function of the immune system by bringing in quantum behavior, inviting love in our life, then it will also be good for health. This is the amazing thing.
I love that. So it's like love is our ultimate vitamin.
Yes, it is. It is. It really is.
And
It is such
so,
a way to expand.
say that again.
It's such an easy way to expand. I love you and I think of your face and immediately my heart expands. This is just fact. Everybody can try that.
And so that's, to me, Amit, that's one of the hopes that we have, is that as we drop into love, not only are we raising the vibration of ourselves, it's also helping to raise the vibration for all of humanity. And it raises that level of connectedness, and the ultimate, I love this, it's the ultimate health boost is to live in love.
Yes. And this is why I'm such an optimist, although my specific role seems to be very little, but the point is that the expansion has enormous power. And so if we can found an expanded community of human beings once again, like we were connected before the rational mind era came along, and then we'll get it. We'll become this time beyond the rational mind. Now we have the mental capacity to express it. Before, we had connection, but the connection was imperfect because we couldn't communicate the connection very well. We could not explain ourselves. But now, we even have the science for it. So we really are able to explain ourselves very well. And therefore, this combined power, when rational mind joins emotions and intuition, then huge amount of new power, transformative power, is released in the planet. And this eventually will make us into cosmic citizens.
Well, that's the hope. I mean, thank you so much, Amit. I just feel like that's exactly it. As we do this work on ourselves and grow in love, that becomes the power to transform the planet.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing this with all of us.
Thank you for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to speak with you.
So amazing. This experience has been so heart expanding. I know it's been expanding for me, and I imagine for all of you listeners. We are learning so many amazing things that help cultivate resiliency, grit, heart expansion within us. And so we're going to continue to tap into that with our next guest as we take the messages that we're learning now and we're able to embody those and integrate and assimilate those in a deeper way. So we're here with the wonderful Christy Christensen, who's the global embodiment and transformational leader. She has a new book. She's an amazing author. She's the book of Chakra Rituals, Awakening the Wild Woman Within, and such an honor and pleasure to have you here with us, Christy.
The honor and pleasure is all mine, and I'm just absorbing all this juiciness right now and can't wait to guide us from our mind into our bodies, into our hearts, so we can really assimilate these messages in a really powerful way. So why don't we just dive right in? I'm going to ask all of you to just stand up. And I purposefully wore a dress today so you could see no matter what your attire is, you can participate in this. So go ahead and stand up. And I want you to take your feet a little bit wider than hip width apart, a little soft bend to the knees, so you feel yourself grounded and connected to this earth body. And simply just lift your head, stretch your throat. We're going to systematically bring movement into the whole body. Then bring your chin into your chest. Inhale, stretch the front of the throat. And exhale, bring your chin to the chest. And I just want you to start to pay attention to the subtle sensations, the vibrations that you feel. And know that everything that is coming up for you is coming up to be healed, to be revealed. Chin to chest. And now roll your head to one side. Unhinge the jaw, roll the head to the other side. See how the weight of the head helps to release through the scalenes, soft through the jaw. Yeah, soften the body as you ground the body more deeply. And then bring the head right back up to sit on the shoulders and squeeze the shoulders up to the ears. I want you to create a little tension. And you're going to open your mouth and exhale that makes some sound as you drop the shoulders down. Yes, inhale up. Exhale, open the mouth, let it go. One more time, slow. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Exhale, open the mouth, let it go. And now start to do it rhythmically. Inhale, exhale. That's allow the energy to move, allow the energy to pulsate through the body. You got 3, 2, 1. We're going to bring it into the chest. Inhale to the chest, little arch to the back, and then exhale, flex the spine as you push the hands out. Inhale, bring it in, exhale it out. And really dynamic with now that you got the movement, inhale, nose, exhale, mouth. So you're breaking out of the rigidity. You're breaking out of this inertia. You're breaking out of anything that is stuck, anything that is stagnant, anything that is keeping you from integrating this embodied wisdom that you have this gift of receiving right here and right now. You have 3, you have 2, you have 1. And on this next one, just hold the arms out. Reground your feet and feel this vibration of awakening through your heart, through the channels of your arms and your hands, and feel all that you are connected to. Feel your sense of belonging within you and your sense of belonging in the world itself. One more breath. Open the mouth, let it go. And then begin to circle the wrists. Now, as your feet are pretty grounded, I just want you to start to move your feet a little bit as you circle the wrists. You can walk a little forward. You can walk a little back. Right? There's going to be no right, no wrong. Just bring fluidity into the physical body. We're getting nice and juicy. And then bring that into the elbows. I want you to move the elbows. Explore all the different ways. When was the last time you even paid attention to your elbows? Yes, and you might even step with it. Don't restrict yourself. This is a place to play. This is a place where we get to melt the armor, right? The armor that keeps us stuck, the armor that keeps us from feeling, and then take it from the elbows into the shoulder. You can circle the shoulders in one direction. You can do 2 at a time. You can do 1 at a time. Allow it to feel good. Again, this permission to allow what's arising inside of you out. And if you're going in one direction, try the other direction, right? You can play with the speed, right? It doesn't have to be the same, but I want you to breathe. And if any resistance is coming up, I'm going to invite you to stay. I'm going to invite you to play. Just be here with me a little bit longer. We're going to take it from the shoulders. We're going to take it to the hips. We're going to circle the hips in one direction. You can have your hands on your hips, or you might just allow the arms to move through the space. The eyes can be soft or even closed as we awaken again. The sensual, the creative, all that is flowing, all that is life-giving. Switch directions if you haven't already. If you want to play with this practice at another time, you'll put on some beautiful music, right? That makes you feel powerful, that connects you to this essence of your Shakti power. Couple more. And then we're going to bring it all the way down to the knees. You can take your hands to your knees and just circle them a few times each direction. Breathe deeply. And then we're going to take it to our feet. So I want you to stand on one leg. If you need support, hold on to a wall. Just circle an ankle one direction. The other direction, you can't really see my foot. I'll lift it up so you can. You can point and flex. You can write your name. Other side. So as we move the body in these ways, we awaken the intelligence that we store, that we often ignore. We'd allow it to flow out like a wellspring of grace. And then for just the next 30 seconds, I'm going to invite what I call a body conversation. So let your hands and your feet move in some way. Yeah, some of you might feel silly. I want you to embrace feeling silly. This is about that experience of giving the whole self a place to play. And then what about your elbows and your knees? Can you give them a little expression? I know you've been sitting for a while now. And then what about the shoulders and the hips? Can you move with the shoulders and the hips? And you got about 10 more seconds. I want the whole body moving. You find your dance, your way to express what's inside you. Now we're going to take it from this beautiful fluid movement into an activation. So I want you to start to shake your hands. Yeah, really shake them. You might shake them so much that some of your jewelry might start to fall off. My ring's trying to release. I want you to shake out your imperfections. I want you to shake out your inhibitions. I want you to shake out your fear. I want you to shake out your shame, your smallness, your old stories, and then bring the shake into the arms. Let the arms shake. And you'll notice as you shake through the forearms, the elbows, the upper arms, you start to shake your chest. I want you to shake your heart awake. I want you to shake out anything that's not of love. Let it pour out of your body now. Oh, yes. Open up that power of love here and now. And then bring the shake into your hips, into your booty. Oh, yes, we got so much power here. I want you to shake free all the fleshy bits. I want you to honor the power that lives in this body here and now. Let me see that best shake you got. And then shake a leg. Woo! Shake another leg. Oh my gosh. And then you got 1 minute. Whole body shake. I hope you're sweating by now because I am. I don't want there to be a single cell of your body that doesn't have the chance to ignite this divine spark within it. Right here, shake it out. Shake out your head. Oh, shake out what you think you have to be. Shake out this box that you were living in. Expand what you can do, what you were here for. That's it. You got 30 seconds. You're almost there. Maybe you do a little stomping of the feet. Maybe you do a little light jumping. You decide. This is it. Last 15 seconds. Big breaths in and out. You got 5. You got 4. You got 3, 2, 1. Now pause. Ground your feet. Spread your toes. Feel all 4 corners of your feet anchored into the earth. There's a soft bend of the knees. The palms spin upward. Rest them about hip height. And I invite you to soften the eyes or close them. Breathe down into the earth. Imagine from the center arch of each foot, a grounding cord, the root of a tree, anchoring you down through all the molten layers of the earth until it embraces the wisdom of the Great Mother. And then bring your attention up to the crown of the head and imagine the space above you and a opening up and a golden beam of light shooting up to connect into the universal force that surrounds and connects us all. Feel the pulsation of aliveness that lives in you, the living wisdom that is in this body temple that you inhabit. Movement is medicine. This body is a gift, and it is the gateway into everything. You might choose to bring your hands to your heart now. Bow just gently in. And I leave you with this. Ask Spirit, Source, whatever the God of your own understanding is. What do you need to know right now? And then listen from the wisdom from deep within you and see what arises. Turn the corners of your mouth slightly up. and bow into the power that is you. Namaste.
So sit back and relax. We have a wonderful music video from Jai Uttal, Grammy nominee, pioneer in world music, and leader in the Bhakti tradition for over 50 years. A heart-opening and beautiful experience to listen and to experience his music. Allow it to flow through your being and let yourself expand.
Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, 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 Samba Sada. Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada. Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada. Samba Sada, Samba Sada. Samba Sada Shiva, 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 Samba Sada. Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Namah Shivaya. Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada. Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, 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 Samba Sada. Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada, Hara Hara Gauri, Samba Sada, Hara Hara Gauri, Samba Sada.
So we've heard from so many amazing people so far, and this amazing journey continues with Allison Carmen, my dear friend and amazing life strategist and business coach, and the best-selling author of the books, The Gift of Maybe and A Year Without Men. She is also the CFO of the Motherhood Center, which is a day hospital for women going through postpartum depression. This is a powerhouse of a person that I am so grateful and thankful is here to share with us. Thank you for being here, Allison.
Thank you for inviting me.
So I know we've had so many conversations about what is the essence and importance of your message that you have to share. And I know that it's helped guide me and my clients. I've shared it with so many people. What does it feel like is the most important right now, Allison, to come through?
I think the most important thing that people are grappling with is this feeling of despair. Life has changed so much for so many people with the pandemic, with environmental changes, with governmental changes. And I think a lot of us are experiencing uncertainty on another level. Life has always been just as uncertain, but because life looked pretty much the same every day, a lot of us didn't have to deal with this relationship. And I think what's happening to a lot of people is that they're looking towards the future and they're feeling great despair. And what we don't realize is that despair is really nothing more than our need for certainty. It's the fact that we look at yesterday and we look at today and we just want to hold on to something. And so we hold on to these facts, but some of them don't look good, some of them don't feel good, and we project it into the future. And so a lot of us are feeling despair only because we're refusing to see that the unknown offers us something new and something different. And if in this moment, we could leave this need for certainty and realize that the future doesn't have despair in it because no one knows what's going to happen next. In fact, the future has hope. And when we can shift our gears from this idea that today looks bad and that means tomorrow is going to look bad, to this place where we say nobody knows the future, and thank goodness, because when you don't know, that means that possibilities are unlimited. When you don't know your most creative self, when you don't know, you're able to stay very present. So I think that hope is where the warrior lives. Hope is where the resilient person lives. And where we need to be careful is that hope without attachment. So what happens is when you leave this idea of despair and you're like, okay, I'm willing to play with the unknown, I'm willing to be open, we have to be careful that our hope doesn't get rigid, that our hope doesn't say, this has to happen for me to be okay. Because then you end up in the same thing. You're really just looking for certainty. And when you look for certainty, you don't always have the best solution. And when you look for certainty, you don't always end up with your best life. And for me, the whole practice of uncertainty and how I embrace it is through this idea of maybe. And I know we've talked about this a lot. And for me, I always say I was addicted to certainty. And if I didn't know what was going to happen next, I projected things were going to be bad or they weren't going to work out. And that's what a lot of us are doing right now. We're looking at things and we're like, well, how can it change? And we forget that miracles happen. The future is always unknown. And this idea of maybe came to me with this beautiful story about this farmer. And I'm sure many people have heard this story, but I'm going to repeat it right now, just in case for some people who haven't heard it, is that this farmer, it's a Taoist story. And this farmer has a horse and his horse runs away. And the neighbor comes by and says, you have the worst luck. And the farmer says, maybe. But the next day, the horse comes back with 5 mares. And the neighbor comes by and says to the farmer, you have the best luck. And the farmer says, maybe. But the next day, the farmer's son is on the horse. He falls off and breaks his leg. And the neighbor comes by and says, you have the worst luck. And the farmer says, maybe. But the next day, the army comes to take the farmer's son to war, but they can't take him because his leg is broken. And the neighbor comes by and says to the farmer, you have the best luck. And the farmer says, maybe. And in the Taoist tradition, the story means things are neither good or bad. But for me, the minute I heard that story, I felt a pop in my chest, because I realized that when something bad happens, when the horse runs away, it never occurred to me that the next day 5 mares could show up. The next day I can get a new client. The next day I can meet somebody new. And that's what this idea of maybe is. It reminds us that maybe things can change. And maybe what's ever happening, we could accept and still be okay. And maybe our thoughts are not true. Maybe the best is yet to come. And when you allow yourself to look at the future and you let go of these thoughts, these limited thoughts, and you open up to this place where you recognize that life has maybe, you ask yourself, what's my biggest fear? Question your fears. My biggest fear is the pandemic won't end. My biggest fear, I'll never meet someone. My biggest fear is the environment can't be saved. And then say, are you absolutely certain that thought's true? And the beauty of uncertainty is you can't know. Your fears are not absolute. Your fears are not certain. What else is there? And then you look at the maybe. And if you write maybe statements down every day for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you're going to see another side of the unknown. Because we live in the maybe not, and we forget that maybe has a positive side, an open side, a beautiful side. And that's my hope for people, that they can leave this idea of certainty and despair and hopelessness and recognize, yeah, the future could have things we don't like, but the future could also have things that we love. They could have miracles. They could have new solutions. They could have things we never thought was possible. And for me, I live in that place of maybe. And when I get rigid and I feel down and I feel my life's not working out, I remember I'm just writing a story based on yesterday. I'm writing a story based on what I don't know. I'm writing a story on base what I'm afraid of. We have to remember that our biggest fear is really that we're not okay. And we fear that our children aren't okay and the world's not okay, but we don't know that. There's many ways to be okay. There are parts of us that suffer and parts of us that are in joy, but the future is filled with possibilities. And that's what I think we have to remember. You don't need to know everything. You just need to open up to what's possible.
So powerful. And I think that that's really what will take us to this next place, when we are open to what the possibilities are. When we're in our fear, there's no possibilities but this worst case scenario.
Right. And also, and it's okay if our fear doesn't dissipate, but when we offer ourselves other things other than our greatest fear, we're more expansive. You know, it's almost like, you know, do you want to live life in a little test tube, or do you want to live life in a big ocean? So even if your fear still exists, when there are other possibilities, it's diluted. And that's what maybe does. Maybe is hope without attachment. Maybe offers us more possibilities other than our fear. And also just to be so kind to ourselves. You know, we're going to have thoughts. We're going to have thoughts that make us suffer. We're going to have, you know, there are things we love. There are things we care about. But with a better relationship with uncertainty, we could hold on to them a little looser. We can hold on to them with more joy and with more hope. And like I said, more expansiveness. So yes, these are challenging times, but at the same time, they're filled with openness and possibility if we allow ourselves to let go of the fear. And also, you know, this idea of despair as well. You know, people come to us and they have statistics and they have facts and they have studies, but maybe those things are true for this moment, but doesn't mean they have to be true for tomorrow. If as a collective, as communities, as people come together, as we all kind of work towards with each other for humanity, things can change. And like I said, miracles happen and new things are always invented and new possibilities. So if we could all just stay in this place of maybe, we could stay grounded in the moment and we could have the resilience to hope for a better tomorrow.
Allison, thank you so much. What a beautiful message. It just leaves me feeling amazingly hopeful. And I know the listeners will feel the same. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
There are so many times where I'm speaking with someone and they absolutely light up the room. This next guest, literally, we have blown up Zoom together with just so much energy, so much light coming through. My dear friend, Christian Strang, who's a best-selling author, spiritual guide, and just beautiful soul on this earth. So welcome, Christian. So happy to have you here.
I love anytime we get to come together. So I am honored that we get to have this conversation. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for creating this sacred space for this wisdom to come through.
Thank you. You know, I know that we've had so many heart-to-heart conversations around just the importance of this time, and, you know, how we really, all of us are here at this time for a reason. And what is coming through for you right now that feels like it needs to be shared?
Love that. The biggest piece that I've been receiving with my connection with Mary Magdalene and Yeshua and Source is that we humans are the most advanced technology next to Mother Earth. And we've forgotten this. And this advanced technology is something that humans are trying to replicate in everything they create. And yet it's impossible. You'll never see a building grow another building out of itself. But in your garden, you just have, I mean, we're seeing this big time right now on the Oregon coast. We haven't had the strongest summer, and yet the plants find a way, the life finds a way, the new creation is there, even in the most dire of circumstances or harsh conditions. This is the same with our human body. If we look at the human body and how it thrives, even though it receives so much interference from EMFs and poisons in the food and the water and the soil, the message is that we are an advanced technology, and our work here at this time is to reclaim the nature of our advanced technology, to treat our bodies as temples, to treat the earth as a temple. And that through this connection and sacred union with our body temples, we will be freed from the fear of dis-ease and the fear of death, which are two of the main manipulative tools that are being used to control humanity. When we reclaim this connection with our advanced technology, when we recognize that we are truly divine in form, then we will be free of this fear. And when we are free of this fear, we can co-create the next golden age. And that is why all of this is happening.
So wonderful. Yes. And so what is one of the ways that you would invite people to start tapping in and cultivating this sense of the divine within themselves?
It is so simple. You only need to be willing. And to be willing, all you have to do is utter a prayer and ask, let me come into sacred union with the advanced technology of my body and with the earth. Show me the ways that I can most care for this temple and the temple that I reside on. Show me how I can make this my sole focus so I'm no longer distracted and activated by fear of death or disease, because these are not things to fear at all. This is a regenerative, just like the earth is so regenerative. We had in our garden, we had some animals get in there and chomp all of our strawberries and chomp these things down. Those strawberry plants don't care. They are back and stronger than ever within weeks. Our body is regenerative. It will self-heal when we give it the environment. And then when we make our transition, or what we call death, that is happening because our soul is complete, not because the body has been polluted to the point of not being able to continue. So all we have to do is be willing to say the prayer, to ask with sincerity, to be shown the way to care for our advanced technology, and we'll start being brought the practices and the teachers and the tools, because there's all kinds of ways, working with quantum physics and working with the earth and working with the electrical currents of the body, the sacred geometry of the body, that we can have a completely new experience here on earth. So I would start with prayer to summarize.
Yes. Oh, it's so powerful though, and so I'm really hearing that, it's like this, as we clear ourselves, it's like we're clearing the conduit for this to come through. And then these things, it's like the universe just lines up serendipitously all these experiences for us, and the right information and the right teacher, whatever it is. And I love the analogy, because we are nature. And, I have thought about this so often. When a tree loses a branch, it naturally has this like salve that covers it, and it helps it to heal. And the same is true with us. If we get a scratch on our arm, we don't have to intentionally sit there and go, heal, heal, heal. There's a deeper intelligence in the body that heals us. There's a deeper intelligence. Oh, it keeps freezing right now. Interesting. It's okay. There's a deeper intelligence in the body that heals us.
Absolutely. And like you said, we don't have to put conscious, focused intention. There is so much happening to run this temple that we don't have to do anything about. because we are created to regenerate, to heal. But we haven't been told that. We've been given programs that say the opposite of that and say that we need humans or, other humans to fix things for us. We actually have this power within us.
Well, and Christian, can you share a story, an example from your own life of how that healing has happened? Because I know that you live this.
Yes. Oh, I have so many stories from clients and myself. Let me just tune in to see what would be more appropriate. Well, I'm thinking of early on in my work as an energy medicine practitioner. I had this gentleman who came to me that wasn't necessarily really tuned into this conversation that we're having, but he had this, what he called his bum knee, and he was an athlete and his knee just was not, he had surgery on it. He tried all these things, nothing was working. So usually by the time someone comes to me for energy work, it's because they've tried everything else. And so we did one session on him for his knee, and he was able to run within 3 days, and he had not been able to run for years. So, and this is when you have conscious, focused intention, you have the tools, you are a clear channel, a conduit for unconditional love. This is how Jesus healed. It's how, all the great masters and healers healed. Mary Magdalene, how do you heal? You're a clear channel for source. You see what's possible for the other, and you hold that intention, and then you use the power of the sacred geometry of the body and of the matrix that we're in to activate the healing. So that's just one simple example. I was very, very sick. That's how I got on my spiritual path. I got very, very sick, thought I was going to die. And what do you know? Instead, I had a psychic surgery and completely healed my womb. And it was just it changed everything in my life. So there is so much more possible for us when it comes to this technology within ourselves than we realize. And this extends to our relationships with others, because we're all these divine beings in these advanced technology bodies, and we've forgotten. And so now we have to remember, and we're being forced to remember. And that's what's happening. The squeeze is not for you to get involved in all the nonsense. The squeeze is to see it, and then to choose your divinity and choose your advanced technology and choose to be actually the superpowered being that you are. We really are. We're so superpowered. We have so many superpowers. All the movies about superheroes, that's not a joke. We literally have superpowers. So it's time to cultivate those. It's time to make that our focus. And then we live a very different experience. We live a very different, what you might hear people call timeline. You're going to live a very different life knowing this and living in this way.
Yeah. And thank you so much for sharing that story about you, because I remember in our conversations before that when you first came on, to this plane, we'll say, you didn't plan on being in the profession you are now. You didn't know about, energy healing or anything else like that. That just wasn't the trajectory of your life. And it was through that awakening and being really sick and then having this phenomenal healing that you're like, wow, this is real. And so you really, you became the embodiment of that healing. And so it's so cool to know you and to know that that's been a part of your journey and that is available to each one of us.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wanted to be a writer. I wanted to hole up and read books and edit books and write. I was not interested in anything to do with healing. But this is the deal I made when I had that experience, and I literally saw lights over my body, working on my body. I saw things that I'd never seen before. And all of a sudden I had healing energy coming out of my hands, and I just knew things that I couldn't explain how I knew them. When that happened to me, I dedicated the rest of my life to the divine and figuring out what the heck did happen and how can we replicate that? How can we replicate this massive activation of our regeneration, our regenerative nature of our body temple, and our ability to live a life that we never could have imagined? Because I had no desire to be here and to talk about this and to do any of this. And yet it's the greatest gift I've ever experienced. And that came from my life falling apart and for me almost dying.
Thank you, because that is I think one of the important things, oftentimes we see crisis and we can really get into the catastrophizing and be like, oh my gosh, this feels like doomsday, instead of, oh my gosh, this is the awakening. This is the opportunity. And it's really here now.
That is so on point. When you couldn't have told me at the time it was happening. I was really into the drama of it for sure. And I had had a surgery and I had done all the things you're supposed to do. But I was getting more and more sick. Why did that happen to me? Why does that happen to anyone? Because it's your invitation to awaken to your own ability to transform every aspect of yourself. And yes, I needed support and help. And yes, I had someone pray over me and do this. And then it's on me. We're co-creators. So I did my part. They did their part. A whole new life and a whole new world was born. And this is what's available to all of us. Every time the body gets sick, it is a call to heal and awaken at the next level. It's not a call to like stop it and stuff it down and oh, don't let that happen. This is an advanced technology. It knows what it's doing. My body created a tumor. It created a tumor because it was collecting all the poison and putting it in one space to try to save me. The body is always trying to save you. And then you go, okay, how do I heal this? And through your prayer and your willingness, you will be guided and led, and then you will live the most extraordinary life. That is like nothing that all the catastrophizing talks about. All of my fears and worries were nothing compared to what actually happened.
So beautiful, Christian. And as we're wrapping up right now, are there any, final words that you want to leave with everyone?
What I'm hearing is about confidence, and that we lack confidence in ourselves. And when we have confidence in ourselves, we're no longer able to be manipulated or moved around by others in a way that's disharmonious to our truth. So believe in yourself, love yourself. If you just can take a moment to find 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things about yourself that are beautiful and lovely, and just marinate in those. Believe in yourself, have confidence. You are a divine being and you've just forgotten, that's all. And everything is pushing you and asking you to remember and awaken, especially the hardest things, especially the worst things. They're only happening to awaken you. Even the negative agenda is working for the light agenda, because everything is trying to return you to the light. Everything.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Christian, thank you so much for sharing this with all of us. What a gift. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's such a joy.
Okay, so great to have you back, have you here with us. I am with such a soulful, wonderful human being. I'm so delighted and honored to have Timothy McLaughlin with us here. And Timothy is a wild earth poet. He is co-founder of Praising Earth. And Praising Earth is devoted to reimagining humanity's relationship to nature. Such a beautiful and important cause right now. So thankful to have you here with us, Timothy. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, Stephanie. It's my pleasure.
Well, and we've talked a little bit in the little time that we've known each other about what really is, what is humanity needing to hear right now? What are our hearts and souls really needing right now in this time of so much change?
Yeah, I have this sense that at this moment, what is coming through, and we're being asked to reawaken our way of listening and communicating with things beyond the human world, right? And these messages are coming from the elements, from the storms and fires, from the viruses, from every direction. And what I sense now is that we're being invited as a species into a greater sense of belonging. A greater sense that we are part of the fabric of earthly life, that we're not necessarily this horrible abrasion that just does damage. And that as we feel that sense that we belong on this planet, in this earth, that we will come back into our right way as humans and our right place in the ecology. And so the invitation I feel is to reimagine what it means to belong to a particular place, to a particular watershed or ecology where you live, and to ask yourself that question: what is home, and why am I here? And maybe my ancestry is in another continent somewhere else, but this is where I am. And how do I open myself to a greater sense that I belong here, and I'm beholden to this place, and I'm actually held in place by the air here, the landscape here, the bird song here, the waterway here, and that this can be a mysterious and enchanting and beautiful and real and practical process. And it's something that Indigenous people have always known, and we all know in our ancestry, is that we're here and we belong. So for me, this has been happening the most extraordinary way in the Galisteo watershed of New Mexico, which is historically and archaeologically a very powerful and potent place that is sort of on the backside of the Santa Fe Mountains, lesser traveled by humans. And yet these various movements of my life have put me and the community that surrounds me, my wife Madi and all the others, into relationship with two specific land bases. One is sort of near the headwaters of the Galisteo, and one is more downriver. And there's this migration happening for our community that is awakening all of this intelligence. And what does it mean to belong? So I want to actually lean into it with a short poem that I wrote that I think illuminates what I'm talking about. Then will give us a little more specificity. So this poem is What Home Means, and it kind of describes the process I've been going on and just walking as a man of the wilderness, walking through wherever I can go in this Galisteo watershed. So the poem begins: climb the hills until you reach the source waters of the place you belong. Make love with the mountain there, you and the spring upwelling together, goodness streaming down into the valleys and lesser slopes. From that peak, feel the stretch of the water's region, held now in your eye and forevermore your breast. Go to the place the river conjoins with the greater waterway, looking back, recalling the high green spot, the stony peak, the view. And if you can access it, go to the center between origin and confluence and stand still, inscribing your heart in the outlying spheres, those below of clay and stone, and those above of star and cloud. Without this, you are nowhere and will fall to pieces upon the slightest pressure. With this, you are given and then known. Dust as much your breath as sky, minerals sweatily commingled with your cells, the humus beneath once more a fluid extension of your feet. Then you will know what it is to merge with a mountain spring, and nothing less will satisfy.
Beautiful.
So if you climb the hills and find the source of the watershed where you belong, and then go to the place of confluence where that water goes into a greater water and into the ocean, and then you feel that region. And I use the language of lovemaking because we have to be shocked into feeling how deep our connection can be with the watershed, with the natural world. So that's the only language that makes us feel what we need to feel, which is this huge, expansive opening into the ecology. Because if we only feel that way in these certain places, the temple where I meditate, the home where I feel free, And there's this enclosure around these, but you don't feel that interiority wherever you are in your watershed. You're denying that flow of energy that the ecology needs in order to know you. So that's what I said. When you stand in the center of the watershed, you give yourself, you're totally given, and then you will be known. You will be known. And if you ever need to leave the watershed where you belong, you would close it in a beautiful way, and then you would go to the new one and open it in a beautiful way. But I suspect that most people, if they really felt into it, would say there's one watershed that is my home. It might be where you were born. It might be where your soul was born and actualized. It might be where you just came upon. You've only been there 2 months, but that's the one to apprentice yourself to. And then all the information you need will come from the animals, from the thunders, from the weather patterns, and you will know what is yours to do. What is yours to do, and only yours, your rightful work. On behalf of it, on behalf of clean water, good air, strong community, healthy wildlife. You know, whichever piece of the puzzle you're meant to do, you're going to come into it, and you're going to see the irrelevance of certain parts of our society as it currently stands. And then we start transfiguring how we are as a species, because we're in love with the place where we are. And we cannot do anything but just serve it, stand for it. And that's, you know, in short, that's what I would say to people is invite yourself into that process of belonging somewhere. And even if you can't wander all over like I can, have someone drive you to a waterway or to a certain special place, or just outside your house, just from where you're standing, all the microorganisms of the soil, right? They're you. All the things, including 3 million viruses that you're breathing with each breath, they're all you. The water that you drink, all these intelligences. We're not separate beings. We're interwoven with all of this all the time. And we're sovereign, yes, and a beautiful species. But let's wake up together and belong together.
So beautiful. Thank you so much, Timothy. Just such an important message for all of us, that we are all a part of this earth and it's all a part of us. You know, as you're speaking, I just feel that infinity sign going through and between us to all of life. Yeah. Thank you so much. Timothy, as we wrap up, if there's anything else that you want to leave us with as we say goodbye.
You know, I mean, it may have sounded a tiny bit heavy-handed, my instructions, so I would leave with a bit of levity, which to give you a few words from John O'Donohue would say equally, this is now is the time to free the heart. Let all intentions and worries stop, free the joy inside the self and awaken to the wonder of life.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Blessings on the whole project.
This has been such an amazing experience. I am so grateful and thankful that you have all been here with us, and just so excited to present to you our wonderful next presenter, poet, philosopher, and teacher, Mark Nepo. Mark, thank you so much for being here with us.
Oh, a joy to be a part of this. Thank you for thinking of it and bringing it into being.
Thank you. Well, I have read so many of your books and just am such a follower of the wisdom that you share. What are you feeling moved to share with us now?
Well, I think that, you know, given the time we're in, and let me also preface that by saying that throughout history, every age faces its challenges, and this is ours. You know, through this very difficult and strident time when we are retreating, it seems, into ourselves and into the corners of our minds, you know, we're really challenged, and also with the pandemic, to rediscover how we are all at heart the same. You know, every age, we're challenged to choose between love and fear, and this is our turn. And how can we do that? Well, it's personal for everyone, but I feel like it comes down to our taking the risk to be open-hearted, to truly see if we can feel what it's like to be another, and to keep honest company with each other. You know, during the Dark Ages in Europe, in the 11, 12, 1300s, only 10% of the population was literate. That means 10% of the people kept literacy alive for over 300 years. And, you know, each of us takes turns being awake and asleep. And while we're awake, it is incumbent on us to keep the literacy of the heart alive right now. And again, that means holding nothing back. That means asking questions. That means realizing that we are more together than alone. And so, you know, fear makes us retreat thinking that self-interest will save us. But suffering always reminds us we can't make it alone. We need each other. We see more together, we feel more together, we can carry more together. And so I think it's just always about open-heartedness for me. When I know in my own life, when I feel exhausted, and you know, sometimes I need to set boundaries, but more often than not, something will come along and ask me to give more just when I think I don't have any more to give. And somehow the love makes me try. And I always discover not only is there more to give, but that's when my deepest gifts show themselves. I think during this pandemic, we've been challenged. You know, the word Sabbath in the Jewish tradition means the one day we don't turn one thing into another. And I think we've been forced into a global Sabbath, to stop turning one thing into another, to stop even dreaming, and to realize the miracle of what is and how amazing it is that we're here at all, let alone together.
I love that. It is such a miracle. And when we, Mark, when we focus on that, when we're able to not make something into something else, then what becomes the gift from that?
Well, the gift from that is that we realize again and again that there's nowhere to go except where we are. We can't defer a better world. The better world, if there is a better world, it comes from animating our care now. It comes from not thinking it will be better in some other place or some other time. And you know, Mother Teresa talked about courage being doing small things with love. Well, there we are. You know, it's not about changing the whole world. It's about helping the woman in the grocery store in front of us who drops her groceries when she falls, and helping her to her car and picking up her groceries. It's receiving that when we're the one who falls. And I think that I think if we can listen to each other, we can reestablish the bonds that have always been there, the kinship of all things. I think this is, you know, Spirit allows us to remember and become intimate with all things, that there's nothing really between us other than the conclusions that kind of weave like spider webs in our minds.
So it's interesting to me when you say that, because what instantly I heard is we need to clean the cobwebs out of our minds and drop into our hearts.
Yeah. Well, and the thing, you know, it's always been, we humbly can't change anyone. But great love and great suffering clean our eyes, our hearts, our minds, so that we all of a sudden look and go, oh my God, we're here, and I can see the heart in you and in someone else. You know, Longfellow, the American poet in the 1800s, you know, he said, if we truly listened to our enemies' suffering, they would no longer be our enemies. That we're all, regardless of our background and the differences we think we have, we're all really at heart the same.
Beautiful. Yes. And I know, Mark, that you had a poem that you wanted to share with us today.
Yeah, this is a poem of mine called Free Fall. If you have 1 hour of air and many hours to go, you must breathe slowly. If you have 1 arm's length and many things to care for, you must give freely. If you have 1 chance to know God and many doubts, you must set your heart on fire. We are blessed. Each day is a chance. We have 2 arms. Fear wastes air.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Mark. Thank you. And that's really it, isn't it? When we focus on our fear, we miss this opportunity to really love one another, to really love this earth, to be in love with our life.
And I think the humbling thing is that, and this just brings to me is 3 other lines, this very short other poem of mine, is that, you know, those who are awake are the students, those who stay awake are the teachers. How we take turns, how we take turns. And everything you've been offering is how we take turns, and how we can lift each other up when we fall, and hold each other when we feel alone, and celebrate when we realize we're together. What else is there?
That's it. So, Mark, thank you so much for sharing this with us. I just celebrate with you and celebrate with all these souls that have come to share in this wonderful event with us. Thank you so much.
Oh, many blessings. Thank you.
I am here with one of the most amazing spirits. Such a deep, deep joy to be co-creating this amazing event with Creative Catalyst, amazing movement soul sister, Gabriela Masala. Gabriela, thank you so much for everything that you have brought to this event.
Oh, Stephanie, it is a pleasure, it's a joy and a delight. So happy to be here and be part of it.
So there is always something beautiful bubbling within you. And I know that this is something that's just spoken to your heart and soul. And so as you touch into that place today, what is it, Gabriela, that you feel on your heart to share?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and honoring the living wisdom that's in each one of us. And by the time that our community is hearing this invitation and this call to wholeness, this call to love, this call to your true authentic gifts and medicine, you have already heard so many beautiful messages. And so truly my message today and always is about wholeness, and is about unity, and is about making this life the best life yet. I have this experience as a creative catalyst and facilitator that sometimes people say, I'm not a poet, I'm not a dancer, I'm not a singer, I'm not an artist. And what I have to say is, yes, you are. Yes, you are. And beyond that, life is poetry. Life is a dance. Life is a love song. Everything is singing within and beyond the human world. And everything is an opportunity for us to be initiated into our greatness, including our biggest challenges personally and collectively right now, that this is an initiation to greatness. And my invitation is a call to wake up as a conscious creator, as a life artist, as a reality artist, and to really do the noble path of heart of what that means. So to get granular about it, I would say that, as many of our beautiful presenters said, it includes waking up. And what that means for me in this moment includes waking up from the lie of separation, waking up from an old, outdated paradigm and worldview that we are separate beings in a separate world of matter and matter, and that we're actually infinite, eternal, interbeing energy in a world of energy. And so there's a waking up to the unitive language of frequency. And I'll say more about that in this short time. And I'll mostly say that this is an experiment and a journey for each of us to wake up to uniquely in our own deepest hearts, that no matter how much living wisdom surround us from others, until we wake up that own internal inner seer, inner knower, inner healer, we don't really know what I'm saying as truth and experience. So within the shift of paradigm and waking up, I feel a real important piece of it is sobering up. I believe that Philip Moore spoke to it as cleaning up. Again, it's on many different levels. So on the most basic level, it might include cleaning up our bodies, really getting clean about whole foods, pure water, substances. Are we lifting up the life with what we're putting inside our bodies, or are we numbing out? Are we cleaning up our addictions, whether they're to substances or to processes or to people or to feelings, right? It includes getting out of stuckness and numbness and complacency. It includes a paradigm shift in cleaning up and sobering up from a place of being a complacent observer and one who is entertained in the background, and coming into life and becoming a conscious creator, a participant, a contributor. It's a movement from victim consciousness, which I know can be real charged for some of us, but I'm just going to say it, we're not victims, and shifting into a place of divine creatorship, from victim to creator, to genius, because we all have this amazing innate genius within us. And that is part of what we're waking up to. Yes, it's really exciting. And life is an adventure when we step into that place of the genius. And there's definitely humility to it. And there is practice. And there is so much that, again, many have shared that we can do to come into and live in this sweet spot. What that includes for me and for so many of us is this experience I have of then rooting and rising. So what are you rooting into? For me, I root into my deepest heart. I root into the source, the mystery, by whatever way or words you wrap around that divine one, that essence. And yet there's a sense of root into that, ground into that. That can include, as it does for me and many of us here, grounding into the beauty of the natural world. That if we put ourselves into the company of that which is beautiful, organic, natural, awesome, the sunrise and sunsets, the mountains, the ocean, the intricacies of the natural world, flowers, growing food, hands in the soil, all of the animal and plant nations. These are amazing, intelligent, high frequency energies. And so we can co-regulate to that. We can ground in that. And even for those of us who live in cities made of concrete, you have a sky. You can find a patch of soil beneath your feet. Bow to that one, right? And of course, really finding that within. Embodying your own spine, knowing what you stand for, so you're not going to be swept by all of the external chaos and overstimulation that might be in the world. Even around addiction, I think it's real important for us to clean up our relationship to technology and to the very many narratives that are moving through the field right now. And so for me, my invitation is, I invite you, what is the narrative that feels the most wholesome, that lifts up your life, that invites you to be in connection, in love, in unity, as a contributor that is actually a visionary, bringing forward this idea of the new world that we talk about. The new world is not something out there. It becomes something out there, right? But the new world is a frequency that we embody from the inside out. So that piece is really important. Once we root in that internally, then we can rise. And then I say, bring us your voice, bring us your greatest gifts, bring us your contribution. You are medicine. You being you in your wholeness is a transmission, is a radiant expression that contributes to the oneness, the wholeness, the love that is possible for us to step into collectively. I know that's part of what has inspired Stephanie and I so much in organizing this event. So root, rise, bow down, however you do it, kiss the earth, give thanks, live in gratitude. This is the place where once we wake up to walking in beauty and to being in the awe and the wonder of life and to being stewards of this magnificent garden planet that we have a precious opportunity to wake up on and nurture in this life, right? This life is a precious gift. No matter what seems to be spinning around, this is a precious gift, and every moment is an opportunity to wake up, to clean up, to rise up. And then with that, I'm always brought back to lift up the life. It's not enough for me to be happy and in love with life and in deep peace and in coherence. It is my responsibility as a conscious creator to then share that with the world in every way that I can. And so simple ways to do this are to even remember that we have this amazing physical body. This ascension doesn't happen, again, somewhere out there. It's happening here in our soma, in our somatic intelligence. So we all have a journey. And I know that I have definitely had to do my work of grieving, my work of healing and clearing trauma, of bringing fractured and fragmented aspects back into wholeness in a bodily felt way, right? This is not just a talk therapy or a mental experience. It's a whole body, whole being initiation to get our human operating system online, right? As these magical conduits of light, of love. And as we are able to do this deeper work and come into wholeness, embrace our shadow, invite everything to drink of the love, we come alive on a radiatory vibrational level. What I definitely recommend is shake it up, right? Lift it up, shake it up, dance, breathe, move, sing, express. If we bring forth what is within us as creators, it will save us. This is through every tradition, there's some form of being remembered to our task and our opportunity as conscious creators. So all of that is amazing and simple, so that if you can really wake up to your day, if you can prioritize it to go meet the morning sun and to experience the power of that golden energy coming above a horizon, if you can fill your heart with gratitude the morning that you start to shift from sleeping to waking consciousness, if you can do in whatever way works for you, some kind of prayer, meditation, intention setting, so that you are aligned at source and setting the tone for your day and for your life. And then if you can surround yourself in the company of conscious, loving community that is also aligned with you and moving in the direction of creating the more beautiful world that all of our hearts know is possible, a way of becoming reality artists that live into the greatest potential beyond our wildest dreams as expanders and as receivers of life and of love.
Wow. Wow. That's all I can say. So amazingly beautiful. Gabriella, thank you so much for your inspiration, your wisdom, and your love.
Such an honor. Love you. Love you, Stephanie.
Love you. Mwah.
Thank you.
So excited to have you with us and so excited to present our next guest. Jacob Israel Lieberman, a pioneer in consciousness, a vision scientist, so thrilled, best-selling author. So thrilled to have you here with us, Jacob.
Stephanie, it's always a pleasure to be with you and to see you. So today, it just puts a smile on my heart.
Mine as well. And you've been one of the people that have inspired me so much in my life, Jacob, and been one of these mentors for me, as well as dear cohorts, that has helped me guide my way through when sometimes there's been challenges in my life. And so I know you have such an important message to share about how we can also make it through these times, and more than make it through, how we can really illuminate our lives.
You know, Stephanie, when things in life happen that are not what we want, we say, ah, shit. But we forget that shit makes flowers grow. And at this moment of time, just today, we have a hurricane on its way to New Orleans. We have an airlift going on in Afghanistan. We have a worldwide pandemic. Crisis usually brings us together, and yet we have never been so divided. Here we say united, we stand, divided, we fall, and it seems like we're totally bifurcated. What's wrong with this picture? So much of our energy is about evolving, transforming, change. Another word for that is seeing clearly. And, you know, as a vision specialist, you often hear the term, I see, which means I know. And yet we also hear hindsight is 20/20, which means we don't see clearly in the moment. We see clearly after the fact. What's wrong with this picture? What is fundamentally wrong with the way we are seeing? And so for me, as I look around, I see that everybody's looking for what they want in life. They want to create their own reality. They want to make the right choices. But what if life is looking for us? I remember I had a beautiful young woman who attended an event of mine years ago, and she had a vision issue that didn't allow her to see very well. And she always spoke about the fact that what bothered her the most was that she couldn't see. And one day she was taking a walk at the university she was attending, and all of a sudden she was stopped in her tracks because she realized that the bushes and the trees and the grass were not only looking at her, but they were looking for her. What if life is looking for us? But we're so busy looking for what we think life is about that we're missing that it's looking for us. What if what catches your eye is not just an expression, but it's the way the animating force of this universe finds us, reflexively calls us, and provides for us the precise journey we have to take to fulfill our reason for living. I was at my daughter's apartment the other day, and there was this beautiful white bird flying toward us. And all of a sudden, this big gust of wind came and just took the bird a different direction. I'm sure that if we were listening, the bird wouldn't have said, ah, I wanted to go that way. It just allowed itself to be taken by the winds of life. What if it was that simple? What if thinking and worrying was not necessary? What if everything could be live? Everything could be an original rather than a knockoff of something we'd heard before or we said before. As a doctor, I learned something very fundamental. There is nothing in our physiology that is designed to initiate action. In other words, we're not designed for doing. Every function of our body is continually responding to something that is guiding it. It's calling it to move in one direction or the other. If we just recognize that and allow our internal GPS to move us moment by moment, each moment can be an expression of, thank God I'm home. This is our opportunity. There is all kinds of divisiveness in the world right now, more than we've ever seen. We're in the midst of a huge paradigm shift. Life is giving us the opportunity, no matter which way we're going, to continually be confronted by an opportunity to just allow ourselves to be moved. We don't have to be for something and we don't have to be against anything. Each of us has a compass that will guide us appropriately. And if moving right is appropriate for one person, it may be moving left for the other. We just need to recognize that something is guiding us. The same thing that guides an apple tree to create apples and moves an animal in one direction or another is also moving us. We're awoken in the morning at a specific time, whether we have our alarm clock or not. We are guided when we need to eat. We are guided when our body needs to evacuate in one way or another. We have something called an intuition, but it's not actually a feeling. It's light interacting with the trillions of eyes in each of our cells, guiding them so that they can orchestrate their internal function and synchronize themselves with Mother Nature. That's called oneness. That's called union. That's called unity. If we just allow the drop that we call ourselves to drop into the ocean of all that is, everything is taken care of. There's no problems, there's no solutions, there's nothing to worry about, there's no choices to make. There's an inner intelligence within us, which is a holographic focal point of the intelligence of this universe. It is godliness itself. It is not the mind that is guiding us. It is that which is witnessing the chatter in the mind that is guiding us. God is not out there. God is that internal witness that is common to all of us, that sees everything, knows everything, and is everywhere at the same time. If we just allow that, we will see that it sees clearly, eyes open or eyes closed. That's the intelligence that sees our dreams in the middle of the night when there's no light, total darkness, and the eyes are closed. Real vision is the ability to see the invisible. Now we just have to fine tune our system by allowing it to see what we cannot see. There is something within us that knows everything well before we are consciously aware of it. Neuroscience has proven that. Just trust, just allow, take this opportunity to see what happens when you do nothing and become everything.
So powerful, so beautiful. Jacob, thank you. Thank you with all of my heart. What an incredible message. Thank you.
Thank you. The pleasure is mutual. So sweet to see you.
So thank you for being on this journey with us. This isn't the end. This is only the beginning. This is your opportunity now to take all of these beautiful offerings that you've embodied and incorporate whatever resonates with you. And then that becomes your gift to the world. So we're walking forward here together as one global tribe. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, yes, our greatest gratitude and joy in how we've been able to share together today. You'll be receiving a follow-up email with all of the names and links of our beautiful presenters so that if you're moved, you can take a deeper dive into your expansion and study with them. It's been a great joy to be with you. And this is our moment, beautiful humans. This is our call to power, to beauty, to love, and to unity. Thank you so much, and share this event with everyone you can. We're so grateful.